everybody. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I think everything's good to go. Floppy, I usually talk at 1.5 speed. That's the problem. Anytime I'm speaking publicly or preaching or whatever, I always have to tell myself, slow down. Slow down. Good to see you guys. So today I wanted to work on the updates to the new classes. So classes take the longest to get right, but I think I've honed in on where I want the classes to be, and I'm gonna be looking at a lot of feedback and reviewing the classes and seeing what changes need to be made. All right, you can hear? All right, fantastic. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. All right, so let's hop right into it, guys. I think we're gonna start with the Artificer, and then we'll go to the Psion, and then the Revenant last if we have time. I think Artificer is hey Edward, good to see you, man. Artificer is definitely in the best place out of all of them. I think it's going to take the least work to get it where it needs to be, but Artificer does need, ideally, it's going to have one more subclass, maybe two. We'll see. But I think overall it's in a pretty good place. And one new YouTube channel that I've seen is this one. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can see that. This is Blue Shiners. I came across one of his videos the other day talking about dice mechanics and stuff, and it's pretty cool. And I just started watching his designing a health system video. So if you guys are interested in design stuff, yeah, check out Blue Shiners. I think I'm going to be on a design call with him and Peter from from Tales of Elsewhere. Monday, I think. I'm not sure. Let me check. I think Monday night. Monday night, yeah. So Monday the 27th, I'm going to be on a just hanging out with these guys, a few designers, just talking shop. Nothing really planned in particular. But yeah, I've been enjoying those videos so far. Also, before we get started, I'm planning on being at Gen Con. I'm planning on being at Gen Con next week. So if anybody wants to come say hi, you are definitely welcome to do so. I'm not gonna have a booth or anything since I don't have any product yet, but I will be walking around. I'll be here and there and whatever. So yeah, if you see me walking around, I'll be wearing my Nimble shirt. Feel free to say hi. Okay, so let's jump into the Artificer, and it's been a while since I've looked at it. And I'm going to be at Gen Con only Friday and Saturday. So I'm flying out Friday morning and then flying back Saturday night. Yeah, good to see you guys. How's Hexbinder's looking great. Yeah, Hexbinder is the most finished out of the 4 new classes, and then I think we're going to add 1 or 2 new subclasses to that. But we're not going to look at the Hexbinder for right now. Okay, so let's take a look at where we are with the Artificer. Ooh, and I did get new art to replace this yucky piece of art. There we go. Here's our new art for the Artificer. Some new custom icons. I might tweak the colors a little bit, but I want to get that old ugly thing out of there. Okay, we're not doing layout, right? We're just doing design. Okay, so if we remember, the Artificer has a mana accumulator dice, mana dice equal to D4, so it recharges. Okay, so the normal spellcasters, they have a big deep pool of mana and it recharges very, very slowly. The Artificer has a very shallow pool of mana, or mana dice, not really mana. They don't cast spells. They use the mana to fuel their inventions. So I like that kind of like the magical side of it more than like the steampunk. But if you just want to say it's a steam generating device, like that's fine. You could flavor it however you want. So it's very shallow, but it recharges every turn, like very, very quick. Okay, so I'm remembering. I'm getting caught up. I think I was trying out 2 different layouts on this page, this spread. Yeah, so I was trying out 2 different layouts. So we're not going to get distracted with the layout stuff right now. But I did want to check out the I did want to check out the feedback that Emma and Edward and a few others, I think, have been putting together, and then from all the different comments and feedback from Discord. Yeah, complex system will be standardized. I don't know that 3 stars or 3 diamonds was quite enough. 4 might be fine, but yeah, it'll be standardized. Well, I will definitely make sure I do that. I'm not going to check it yet, just so that I can remember doing this. Why aren't the Artificer Psion names changed? I think the fantasy for the fantasy for what a warlock is, or what a sorcerer is, or what a ranger is. I think the fantasy for those are so set in D&D that people have an idea of what those classes, what a fighter should be. So I felt I had to change those names. But Artificer and Psion, I think they're just not as set. D&D doesn't really own those things. So psionics is popular amongst other genres of fantasy and stuff. So I don't think I need to change. I haven't seen a name that I like as much as Artificer and Psion, so I'm gonna leave them for now. Some Artificer don't like mad scientist invention. Yeah, so the Artificer, it has the ability to push his inventions beyond what they're capable of, but you can just not push the inventions, and just you can be the reliable Artificer, or you could be the mad scientist, or like, you know, risky Artificer. You can play either. So if you play it very safe, your inventions work very reliably, and they're still pretty cool. Machinist, inventor is cool. Tinkerer feels like a little bit too gnomish and small. But an inventor is cool, but maybe not cool enough. Fabricator just sounds like lying. Bluesmith, Manasmith. Manasmith is cool. But I think I like Artificer. Okay, I'll think about that. Mentalist, Esper. When I think of Esper, I think of Magic the Gathering, which is blue, black, white, I think. A Psychic, they're not really Psychic. Manifester, Anomaly. Anomaly is cool. I do like Anomaly. I like Anomaly and Manasmith. I think both of those are pretty sweet. What do you guys think? Do you guys like Anomaly? Do you like let me scooch this over so you guys can see a little bit better. Anomaly is pretty sweet. Yeah, Artificer is hard to top, but there is this psychological effect of, oh, I've heard Artificer a bunch of times, and so I like it. Just you like the familiarity of those things. But Manasmith is pretty cool. All the others definitely are not it. Manasmith feels fitting. Yeah, that does sound cool. What about Anomaly? And I don't want to I don't want to like change things just to change things, but I do like Manasmith, and Anomaly feels pretty rad. Mentalist, no, I don't like Mentalist. You prefer Artificer over Manasmith? Yeah. Not everybody's gonna like it. I wish everybody could just agree. Like, oh yeah, 100% of us agree to this. Okay, all right. I'll think about that. I came into this not expecting to want to change it, but I did find a couple of names that I like. Okay. Try not to cough in your guys' ear. All right, so I did make a lot of changes, or a lot of tweaks to refinements and stuff to the core rules, and then I went through in the GM guide as well. So those are looking a really good spot. I'm just waiting on a little bit of stuff for the GM guide. I found in the GM guide that I have a couple of pages that are blank and need a little bit of stuff. So working on that. All right, let's don't get distracted. We're talking about Artificer. Okay, is Tether Coil an attack? Let's see. It is. Yes, it is an attack. Yes. Yes. Tether Coil plus Mana Sword may be too good at level 5 if Tether Coil doesn't impose rushed attacks. So if you're negatively impacting an enemy, it is an attack. If you're moving an ally, because you can move an ally, it is not an attack. So the definition of an attack I think I have it here. Core rules. Let's go up to combat. Any ability or spell that can harm an enemy is an attack. Roll the die on the attack and deal that much damage. So even if it doesn't deal damage, if it merely restrains or moves them into harm's way, so you can poke them, then it is an attack. At least that is the intent currently. Tether Coil plus Mana Sword may be too good at level 5 if Tether Coil doesn't impose rush checks. It should. As a Tuned Jerkin, Tuned Thrusters are OP. Okay, that's interesting. It basically ignores damage from all melee attacks by moving away. Let's see. Either Tuned Jerkin with Tuned Thrusters. I did remember that one was pretty good. Okay. Oh, Tuned Thrusters, okay. And if any, you may first move one space per mana die spent. Okay, so you can only do it once per turn. So it is a defend rider, so you can only defend once per turn. So if it's a multi-attack guy, they can attack you and they'll miss, or unless it has reach 2. So if you just spend 1 mana die, it's not going to save you against something that has reach 2 if you're right next to it. And you can because it could just like move again and just attack you if it has a second attack also. So I don't think it's OP. I don't think that's OP. I think that is okay. Is it good? Yes, but you're trading the honky chonky armor that this one gives you, 8 plus strength armor, and all the different things that you get for here. You're trading that, so I think that's okay. Mishaps are too rare to balance it. Happens once in 5 encounters. Okay. Mishaps tumble, land prone within 2 spaces where you intended of your intended destination. Okay. So I think that is okay. So if you're running out of the reach of something with a larger reach, then you have to spend more mana dice. So you're I think exponentially increasing your odds of mishap. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I appreciate the feedback. Oh, Edward. Hope you feel better. Whatever's happening, man. But yeah, thank you, Emma, for taking care of that. My ninjaneer. Okay. Okay. Mishaps have come up at least once. Yeah, so that's just feedback. I'm not necessarily accepting all the feedback or acting on all the feedback, but it is good to hear. Mishaps are too rare. I think it might just be the way that person was playing it. The mishap is gym dependent. By moving away, the Artificer could still avoid the damage. Yeah, that's okay. Move it to a random spot essentially. Should have an expert encounter. It is once per round. So, I mean, the second attack can just hit you, and you can't. I think this is okay. No, I think this is okay. I think this is okay. I'm not too worried about those two things. Is it Cheerbot or Cheerbot? Let's take a look. I think it's Cheerbot. Text. Let's find. Oh, I see. Invent the Cheerbot. There you go. We fixed it. So now let's connect redirect. Can they move the target down? Yeah. So I generally don't think like a rule breaker, an optimizer. So all right. So let's the intent is not that that was definitely not the intended charge. Which of these two is correct? I think this one is the incorrect one, the older one. Charge, pulse blade deal action. So I'm going to delete this extra spread. Delete. All right. Connect redirect. Laterally in any direction. There we go. I think that should probably fix it. Laterally. Yep. Okay, then our gauntlets should have dual wielding by default instead of being an upgrade. You already wear two, but you like your ability to adeptly use both of them at the same time in this sort of way, I think is the idea. You could pick any light weapon. If the intent is to start with only one gauntlet. I think I think this is more of a flavor thing than a rules balance thing, because I think it is balanced. It is balanced damage-wise as is already. So flavor feedback is fine. Low level level 3 gadgeteer doesn't have enough cool stuff to spend actions on. Low level gadgeteer. So what does the gadgeteer get? You get the cheerbot. Level 3. Okay. And then you could use an action to place that. Okay, let's see what how many things. So you get Thunder Gauntlets. So you get Thunder Gauntlets, and you can choose one invention or a gadget. And then you can upgrade one invention or a gadget. I think it's probably okay. Armor prototype, Dex plus int armor. Mana accumulator, subclass. Upgrade subclass. Yeah, so if you choose a gadget, which would make sense as a gadgeteer, then you have it basically have like these limited use spells is essentially what it is, but they're like little gadgets. So if you choose a gadget, then yeah, like you're going to be using your, like, you can use weapons. Well, I guess you can only use your inventions. So you have your Thunder Gauntlets, and you're moving around, and you're deciding when and where to use your gadgets. And you can defend, and you can interpose, and you can do all the different things every other class can do. So like most other classes, they like move and attack at level 3. So you have your Thunder Gauntlets, and you can choose to upgrade. I think this is probably okay, especially for level 3, in the case where you're choosing this subclass and a thing that you can't like use every turn. I think that's okay because these things are particularly strong. I think it's probably okay. I will keep an eye on that as we continue. The gauntlet upgrades alternate between reach and range. All right. So this is more like editing feedback, but I will. Let's see what's happening. Okay, reach. Okay, let's see range. Okay, yeah, so the intent is that it is range for, so it's something that you have disadvantage if someone is next to you, right? Because you're trying to like fiddle with this thing to blast them, but they're next to you, so you have disadvantage because they're trying to kill you. And then you can upgrade it to be, instead of ranged weapon, you can upgrade it to be reach. So if someone is right next to you, you can get them. So it increases the distance you can hit them at, and it doesn't impose disadvantage. So the Artificer or the Mana Smith maybe could be a frontline character, or it could be like a mid-range character, or even a long-range character. So that was the intent of that. So it starts with range, and then you can upgrade it to be reach instead. Prototype, reach, range, reach. Yep, that is intended. Well, the first thing wasn't intended, but the other thing is. Does the mana cannon require one action to repair? It should be clearer. Yes, it does. So just to be clear, generally doing any single thing in combat costs 1 action. So that is the base rule for everything. So this is doing a single thing and it costs an action. But I can just go ahead and explicitly say so, and I'll worry about the layout and design stuff later. Mana Blade, does it take an action to use? Yeah, it does. Because we can just say so. One action, 2 actions. Okay. Oh, I see. So this one says 2 actions. Range 8, 2 actions. And I'm going to update all of this layout to better match the spells, how the spells look. So it's, Vigor Mortis, 1 action. This reach 8. So I'm gonna standardize all of this so that it's a bit more clear for you guys. All right, let's check out how you guys doing. I posted feedback on the armor. How do you handle the player dodging a projectile by stepping away? The players, I don't need to move range. I posted the feedback on the armor. How do you handle the player dodging a projectile by stepping away, like stepping to the side? The player always tells me I don't need to move out of range if I can just step away. So if you can step behind cover, yes. Yes, so I would say you can you can like step behind cover, and now like you're no longer a valid target. But if you just like move to the side, like the guy just does this, right? Just like if you're standing in front of someone and just move to the side, the guy can just like hit you there. But if you're out of range now, that misses. I will check and see how it's worded. So if it puts you out of line of sight, out of reach, or range, then the attack misses. So it is very specific that if someone's got a bow and arrow and they're shooting you and you're like you're 3 spaces away and you just move laterally, that's not going to cause it to miss. But if you move behind a tree, then that would. If you're at the maximum range for them, you move backward. That can work. But so it's not it specifically does say it has to put you out of line of sight, out of reach, or out of range. So that none of that shenanigans. That doesn't work. So the flavor with the Thunder Gauntlets is more of like an Iron Man thing where you like hold your hand out. That's the idea. But you could definitely flavor it to be like a punch. Yeah, that makes sense. 4 actions. So that's not. Is that a problem? So in that case, you might be helping more often, you might be defending more often, you might be interposing more often, you might be assessing more often, like doing other things. So there are a ton of actions you can do. You can grapple. There's a lot of things you can do if you have a bunch of actions and you don't really want to just attack. You definitely can. You can move. You can be more mobile. You could be creative with the environment. I think that might be okay. With all the Mana Star and Vision names, Mana Smith makes sense. It does. Yeah, it does. I definitely don't hate that one. There's a bunch of magic items coming. I'll say that much. Yeah, I can definitely show you that real quick. For the Shadowmancer, you just get Greater Shadow at level 10. So you just get that automatically. So it is a it is just a spell that you get for free. So hope that helps. You can't always. Is the problem. That's fair criticism. How do we have? So how do you balance a ton of options without things being overwhelming? So I like to start the classes off as you have a very narrow set of things and you get a flavor of the class, and then as you level up, you can get more and more things. So it might just be that at level 2, you get to pick one invention and one gadget, just so that at low levels you have more things to work with. So maybe that's it. Maybe at the beginning levels, it's a little bit too anemic, the amount of things that you can do. But being able to have all these different inventions, like different categories of inventions, like a mid-range sort of utility thing, a long-range cannon, a short-range melee thing, these sort of fit all of the archetypal things that you might want to do. And then you have the heavy plate, you have the fast one, and then you have a bunch of different gadgets that can do different things. So I feel like this is covering all the kinds of bases that we would want to fulfill the fantasy. And then each one of these can be upgraded also. So we do need to strike a balance of enough options, but not so many where it feels overwhelming. Where I have to like Google, look up, like, just give me the good build, you know, like I would do in D&D. Yes, this is live. Yeah, I can see your input. Yeah. Anomaly is cool and Rocket. Anomaly feels cool, yeah. I don't want to say Mage Right. Yeah, Mana Right sounds neat. Mana Right does sound neat. Maybe we can. Let's see. Mana Right? Possibly. We'll think about it. Okay. I'm not sure what the Alchemist fantasy is. There are different subclasses of, like, I mean, you could just flavor the Shepherd as an Alchemist kind of class, or you could flavor the Mage as an Alchemist class if you want, like, bombs and things. You know, Bottled Lightning, or, you know, Alchemist Flame. You know, instead of Pyroclasm, I launch a bomb. You know, you can flavor things as an Alchemist, or if you want to do healing things or whatever, or if you want to be a shape-shifting Alchemist, like, whatever the Alchemist fantasy is, could, like, a lot of different classes could fulfill that. Or the Artificer could be the Alchemist kind of class. Laterally, I don't think laterally means they can't be moved backwards or forwards. It's just any direction. Horizontally, is horizontally a better word? You guys let me know. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so like making up your own spells is not something that you can really do easily. Like, can you homebrew something? Yeah, but it's hard to make a balanced thing that is good, but not so good that you only use that. And like, so do we need one more major invention? Maybe, and that's okay feedback, I think. Do we need one more major invention? Possibly. I'd argue changing reach to another word. Okay. So I don't want to change things just to change things. But that said, if, you know, I'm open to it. I'm open to it. Manasmith sounds pretty rad. Manasmith does sound pretty rad. And there's just this bias of like whatever we're used to, whatever it is what we want it to remain. So I get that. It's ready when it's ready. I'm waiting on a lot of art. I'm waiting on some writing. I'm waiting on a lot of things. And I'm working on all these other things. So it's really too hard to tell. But as soon as I can. So the Aether Tomb Jerkin does specifically say you have to be out of line of sight or reach or range. Gauntlet's on a strength-based class that doesn't have any particular melee ability. I mean, you have the Mana Blade. You have the Mana Blade. Yep. Manipulated. No, I don't like that. I do appreciate buttons. Hey, Judd. Good to see you, man. Yeah, smash that like button, guys. Yeah, I don't want it to be silly. I mean, but can you move them diagonally? Orthogonally is non-diagonal. Yep, I am hopelessly behind on email. So I can either spend all day answering emails, or I can or I can make progress on the project. So apologies if you've emailed me. Don't take it personally. Feel free to email me again, or ping me on Discord if I don't get back to you. I don't mind, but I'm hopelessly behind on that. I do have to prioritize getting the work done. Okay, so some things that we may want to think about. Artificer, let's go here. So here's all of the, or some of the updates. Okay, a name change. I'll sleep on that. One more. Level 2. One invention and one gadget. That might be good because level 2, the mage gets access to 3 different spells. So that might be cool. And that might be okay. Okay, what were the other things that we were thinking about? I came over here to not forget. Wording on the all right. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, Artificer. Midblade, do mana dice count as primary dice for crit / fails, or is it pure damage? Right now it should be more clear. Okay, one action. Deal damage equal to 2x the sum of mana dice rolled plus strength. Treat the leftmost mana die as the primary die. That is the intent. Plus 5 damage. So we could just say this. Bam. That's way easier. Plus 5 damage versus armored foes. That's cool. Okay. I think that answers that. Does the mishap include the doubled damage? Afterwards, equal to the sum rolled. So if the sum rolled is 7, you take damage equal to the sum rolled. I don't think we need to clarify that. Do step backs, propulsive boots, homing missiles, say everybody take an action? They do. Yeah, so I'm going to include just like one action. So let me add that to my notes. And Okay, I will add the action cost to that. Okay, what does the numbers of mana dice do for coil? To the coil, plus 4 range for each mana dice spent. I feel like that is very clear. So if you spend 1 mana die, you can tether coil something that's 4 spaces away. If you spend 2, it's 8 spaces, and so on. Restrain all creatures, and so that's when tethering. And this controls the area that you do also. So I feel like that is quite clear. Are the dice rolled just in case of a mishap? It is not clear what benefits high rolls give. I wonder how common of a question that is. You guys let me know if that was confusing to you. The range gets bigger the more mana dice you spend, and you're able to restrain more creatures with the number of mana dice. So in order to restrain a large creature, you have to spend at least 2 mana dice. And they have to be within range 8, because 2 mana dice. There you go. I don't know. Everything else seems pretty sure. Does the restrained creature make a save? Let's see. They do not. They are just restrained. +1. So it's to escape. So the escape DC is still your own save DC, but +1 if you upgrade it. So 10 plus key, +1. Level 11, clarity on using improvised tinkering without spending an action. Okay, let's see. Improvised tinkering. Int times per safe rest. You can use any gadget without using a charge, even if you have not invented it or have no more charges remaining. That is a really cool ability. I really like that ability. I think that's sweet. You can use improvised tinkering without spending action. So all of the gadgets cost an action. So once that's answered, I think this will be a lot more clear. So all gadgets cost 1 action, but because you're already prepared, you just have this tinkered thing. You just have it, and it doesn't cost a charge, and it doesn't cost you an action. Yeah, so all the others cost an action, so that is sort of a similar thing. Artificer is missing flexibility at level 1. Yep. So let's see what it says. I've only read the class entry, but I'm also missing some flexibility. Yeah, so just the general philosophy of Nimble is that you shouldn't have choices at level 1. There's one class that this is an exception, and I think that's okay. It's a Song Weaver, at least as far as I'm aware, where you can pick a second spell school. And I think that's okay. I think that is okay. So the intent is for it to be, you get this. The choice that you make at level 1 is like your ancestry and your class and your background. You have a lot of choices at level 1 already. So, but as far as your class, you choose your class. That is your choice. And then at level 2, you start getting choices and things. But he does say, choose one ranged offense, 1d4 plus int. More dice equals more damage and risk. Melee offense, 1d6 plus strength. More. Oh. Yeah, no, I don't think I like that. I don't think I like that. That said, a tweak. A tweak could be just treating the Thunder Gauntlets as a reach weapon just the whole time. They could just be reach weapon the whole time. So you could be the distance fighter, or you could be the up close and personal punching dudes fighter. I think either of those is okay. I'll think about that. Sign. Okay, so that is all the feedback for the Artificer currently. Let me see. I think Matt was helping me with some I think Matt was helping me with some subclass things. Okay, Artificer subclasses are here. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Okay, and there's an Alchemist and a Chronologist subclass. Yeah. All right. Let's cook on here. Thank you so much, Matt. You're the best. Good old. You know, he goes by Double King, but he really should be Triple King, at least Triple King. Okay, so let's take a look at this, and I think I'm going to. I think I can make OBS always be on top, so I can just see things. How do I do that? View, always on top. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. You guys are gonna keep going away on me. Okay, so let's take a look at the new subclasses, because I really like these. Workshop of the Chronologist. New inventions: time manipulator, spooler, pocket watch apparatus. So we were thinking of like different names and things for this. Invent the time thing. Okay, whatever. Time tinkerer. Reach 6, spend a mana die 2. When you time tinker, movement, so you can time tinker different things is the idea. All right, we'll keep it Double King. Fine. Yeah, level 1 is really intended to be like 30 minutes of play, honestly. So it's not really like you're teaching how to move, like you're teaching people how to interpose and defend, and yeah, I can zoom in. Enhance. There we go. I think that's better. Oh, hey, Bacon. I love Bacon. Yeah, we're talking about Nimble. It's sort of a 5e adjacent thing. Okay, so when you time tinker movement, including interpose, they can move twice or half as far. So you can time tinker an enemy that's moving towards you. Ooh, time tinker. Like he can only move a half as far. Really cool. Your buddy needs a little bit of a boost. Speed up. Or interpose. Oh, I want to interpose, but I'm too far away. Time taker. Beep boop beep boop boop. They can interpose. I think this is such a fun. Thing. I remember we were driving to church one day, and my wife was saying, "Hey, you should do like a thing from Harry Potter. You know how they had like the time thing for the Artificer. Like, yeah, like a time travel Artificer. That'd be cool." But time travel can break things, so it has to be like a very, very narrow window. But I think this is neat. When you time tinker and assess check, you can roll with advantage or choose. Again, I think we need to clarify that. Choose a second option. So you get the information out of the GM, the secret information, and I'm going to like rewind a little bit, and I'm going to get I'm going to create an opening, so you can choose the second option. Anytime taking an attack, add or subtract 1 from the primary die for each mana die spent. Ooh, this is cool. So they're attacking you, they crit. Like, no. They crit on a d4. Like, nope. Beep, boop, 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 boop. That's a 1. That's really cool. Or your buddy misses, like, oh, I got a 3. I needed a 4. Someone help me out. Dink. All right, it's crit. Or it's a 1. Your Oaththorn boy, he rolls a 1, and he's got like a whole stack of judgment dice he's gonna lose. Like, oh, boop, that's a 2. You hit, you deal 1,000,000 damage. I love this. I love this as a utility sort of class helpful thing. On a mishap, though, the GM chooses an enemy to immediately take a single action. So if they're already in place, they'll make an attack. If they're not in place, they can move or whatever. So I think this is really cool. I love this. And then what could be the name for the mishap? I think all the mishaps have a fun name. What was the like a time lash, or what's the name for cool? Miss Nibble is great. Yeah, I really like that. Echo from the. Yeah, I've never really played that. Chrono Break. Maybe. Time Lash. Timeout. No, it's not timeout. That's like a punishment that a toddler gets. All right, you guys cook on that. What is the name of the mishap? Paradox. Paradox is kind of cool. We're headed in the right direction. Okay. Second to paradox. Yeah, it should be like maybe like temporal paradox or something. Something time fracture. Yeah, time fracture. That's like time fracture sounds fantasy, you know. Butterfly effect. Black Wind's paradox. Time slip. Time surge. Fourth dimensional break. Yeah, you guys get some cool ideas. Okay, level 7. +2 reach on the time thingy, and then Time Thief once per encounter action. A creature within reach skips their next turn. Effects that end at the end of their next turn do not end. Ooh, that's spicy. Kink in time, chronal slip. That was good. Had me wheezy laughing. I do like temporal anomaly. Butterfly effect, I think is a little bit too niche. Ordinate change. Ordinate. That is cool. Ordinate change isn't good, but ordinate anomaly. Ordinate sounds sort of like ordinary. Yeah, okay. So this is cool. Once per action, a creature within reach skips their next turn. Effects at end. So like if they're restrained to the end of the next turn, they're restrained for another round or until the end of their next turn. Time whip. Snooze button. Yeah. Grant. Yeah. Time thief. Gains. Okay, so your thing gains. What does this mean? What did we mean by this? Oh yeah, here's a bunch of names. Engine. Engine is cool. Spooler, manipulator, mechanism, apparatus. Chronosmith. We did find chronologist. Chronologist. It's hard to say. Time dilation. Dilation makes me think of like your eyes, or like if someone's like about to give birth. How dilated are they? Waste of time. Yeah. So I did find chronologist hard to say, so it might not be chronologist. So Matt, if you're here or if you watch this later, what did we mean by time thief? Do you remember? As we were. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we meant by that. Whenever whenever you use the time thingy. So spend reach 6. So Matt, did the time thingy takes an action, right? Or it doesn't take an action? Is this a free thing that you can do? Fate Loom, Chrono Loom, Thread Spinner? Yeah. You take one person's turn and give another person another action. Oh, Time Thief gains this. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Yes. Gaze, appreciate that. Time Thief gains give an ally. Okay. So maybe we'll call it something else, and then we'll say Time Thief. So like we'll fix the name so it's better. Time Thief gains this. Give an ally within reach an action. So it is a once per encounter thing. Master of Time. Double the effect of Time Tinker. Time Tinker. Okay, so you invent the time thing, and it lets you Time Tinker. Time Tinker does this, double the effect of it. Spend a mana die. So does this cost an action? It feels like it wouldn't cost an action, because it is already costing you. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. When you use Time Thief. That is the intent. Okay, that does make sense. Thank you. Master Time, double the effect of Time Tinker, so they can move half, a quarter as far, or 4 times as far. That's pretty cool. Where you can choose a third option, or you can roll with double advantage. That makes sense. Add or subtract 2 for each mana dice spent. Okay, I think all of those are fair. Once per encounter feels cool for that. Okay, I think all of these are great. The question is, what is the action economy of this thing? Let's say it's free, and you get it doesn't cost an action. It doesn't cost an action. You have strength mana dice. So if you're spending all your mana dice on this, you don't really have mana dice to be spending on your things. So that is a real cost. So at the highest levels, you're going to have a maximum of what? Like five mana dice, which is pretty good, but 5 mana dice. Yeah, I think so. If it costs an action, it would have to be much better. What about Time Thief 2? Also given ally. Yeah. Well, I'll work on the wording. We're working on mechanics right now. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. Chrono Weaver, Gear Slip. Yep. Oh, we were looking over here. Okay. I think all of these are great. It doesn't cost an action, so Time Tinker. 0 actions. Should this be once per turn? It should be once per turn. So you can use it on your turn once, and you can use it on someone else's turn once. I think that's a. I think that's fair. 0 actions. It's going to be reach 6 once per turn. Yeah, that feels pretty cool. That's something that the cheat can already do. This, maybe we could make this a little bit more interesting. Whenever your Time Tinker thing has a mishap, regain 1 charge, 1 Time Thief. Man, thief is one of those words. Time Thief or maybe this. Maybe that would be cool. When this thing has a mishap, you regain a Time Thief or Master of Time charge. Maybe that's it. Like just twice per encounter and twice per encounter is a little bit boring, but this is pushing you to use it more aggressively. That might be cool. That might be cool. I feel like it maybe should cost 1 fewer mana dice also. And 2. This feels cool. So you're encouraged to use more than one. You're encouraged to use it bigger and better and stronger. That seems neat. So I do like this. Encourages you to you could choose one or more, but these two don't. So I think these two abilities need to be tweaked a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. Junction. Yeah, having Time Thief twice per gun is a lot. Yeah. Do the reverse give an action to your next turn? Yeah, maybe store up time. It needs a reaction tag. Time Tinker, Time to assess, reaction. Change on movement or assess like +3. The same as -1 to the cost, no? Yeah, but you have to spend at least 1. But also, you're still rolling 2, so your chances of it having a mishap are higher. So it's not exactly the same as -1 cost. I do like this. Whenever you spend 2 or regain 1, like where I like. I think that is cool. Whenever Time Tinker thing has a mishap, regain 1 times. So it's encouraging you to use both of them, to use them so that you can regain 1 of the charges. Okay, when you Time Tinker movement, they can move twice or half as far. So you can Time Tinker movement. So should it be you can Time Tinker assess and not help? Hmm. Maybe it's just like you could just zoom, like just zoom them across the whole entire world. You double it or have it for each mana die spent. So if it can only move 6, it goes down to 3 and then down to 1. That's pretty brutal. That's cool though. Because if you get a time fracture, temporal anomaly, or whatever, then the GM gets to choose an enemy. Yeah, okay, that's cool. You'll probably normally use it for 1, but you could use it in extreme circumstances to really like crank up to 11. Or choose. Yeah, maybe it's as simple as that. So you spend a bunch of, like, there's this one assess check you really want to hit. Just roll with the assess, roll it with advantage a lot, or you can roll with advantage 1, and then choose 2 options if you're spending 3 mana dice. Like you can do both. I think that's cool. Or an assess, you succeed already. All right, I'm gonna spend 2 mana dice, and I'm gonna pick 2 more choices. I'm gonna pick all 3 choices. That's pretty cool. Plus or minus 3 spaces per mana die. I would probably do like plus 2 spaces. Maybe plus 3. Isn't the attack option for Time Tinker a worse version of the assess action? So no, this can happen retroactively, and you can use it offensively or defensively, like as you need it. So if after you see that someone has rolled a 1, then you can use this to increase it by some number. You can, like, if someone just missed a crit and you want a crit to ignore armor, you can do that. If someone just missed, you like it's a bit more flexible. I don't think it's for 1, it just works. You don't have to make a skill check. It just works, and it doesn't cost you an action. So no, it's way better. Yeah, but like moving, so there is definitely diminishing returns with how far one can move. So there isn't really any benefit of moving 48 spaces. You know, now you're just out of combat. Like one person is just away and they can't. So there isn't really a benefit in doing that. Like the board itself is like 18 by 18, like it's a foot or 2 maybe. Can you time take your own attack or movement? I would say so, sure. I would say so. Yeah. No, all of these things, like basically everything in Nimble is retroactive. So you don't have to guess if someone is going to hit you or how much they're going to hit you for before you defend. There's this much damage coming in. Do you want to defend it? Is always the assumption. Okay, I think all of that is neat. I really like that. I think this is definitely good enough to be a new subclass, chronologist. Let's duplicate spread, and then we'll get some new art for it. Workshop of the chest. Recommend a new name. Replace chronologist. Workshop of the Time Weaver is cool. I like chronologist though. Let's leave it at chronologist just for now. That's not what we wanted. Because I think chronologist is pretty rad. New invention, time manipulator. I like engine, but engine makes it seems pretty big. Apparatus is cool. Chrono engine. Chronomatic clutch. Time clutch. Time apparatus. The Time Weaver. Yeah, Time Weaver is pretty rad. For Time Tinker, maybe add a reaction tag. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know how I would say that. It's an action or reaction. So if I make a reaction, you can only use it once per round. I'll think about that. Chronolobe, Astrolobe, Time Bender. Siphon. Time Thingamajig. There we go, friends. Time Spinner. Invent the It's already once per turn, yeah. So that sort of does imply. I like Time Thingy because it encourages the player to actually name it. Time About Bob, yeah, Time Winder. See, naming things is hard. Time Tinker being used to move away from an attack instead of defending. Time Tinker? No, you can't Time Tinker to move away from an attack. It's only when you're moving already. Oh, what movie? Oh, Galaxy Quest? Okay. Yeah, didn't that have Professor Snape in it? Yeah. Feel free to connect on Discord if you like. But I really don't have time to look at things as much as I would like to. Time Twister. But yeah, feel free to follow up if you don't hear back. But I may not have time to get back to some of these things. All right. I've decided it's Chronal Engine for now, and then we'll figure it out. We'll get some art. Is that Chronal? Chronal like that? Time Maker? Chronal? Is it Chronal or Chronal? Chronal, like that, right? Copy, let's see. Chronal Engine. Chronos Engine? Chrono Engine. Okay, it's not a thing. Great. Apparatus, Time Cycle Paradox Engine, Time Manipulator. New invention. The Chronal Engine. Yeah, I like that. I think Chrono Break is not that good. Time Lash isn't. Temporal Paradox isn't that good. I kind of like Time Fracture. I kind of like that. Yeah. Okay. This is the new invention, you guys. Copy that. That's not what we want. Maybe we'll change it in a little while. Once per turn. Okay, and then you can do all of these things, and I'll worry about the formatting later. Okay, so yeah, we're not worried about the formatting right now. We're just getting it down so we can have it. And then this is going to be like that. Okay. Then we can grab level 3. Chrono engine. Yeah, that's okay. Chrono spanner. Flux capacitor. Now we're talking. Dice per round. I don't know. I kind of like chrono capacitor. Sounds cool because like it saves time and uses it. Like you save or use it too much and like dissipates. Chrono capacitor. That sounds neat. I'm gonna see what art the artist comes up with, and then we'll rethink things, perhaps. Copy that. Let's just copy one thing at a time. Copy. Man, I'm kind of glad I don't get to play as much as I would like. Time reach. Well, because like it would be so hard for me to choose between the gadgeteer and the chronologist and all of these. Like it'd be really hard for me to choose between all of these. I just want to play all of them. They make me so excited to play. Come on. Regular. This. Regular. Okay. Time Lord. Cool. Okay, we'll work on the wording. We'll do all this, but I think chrono capacitor. That is cool. Oh, chronopacitor. No, that sounds a little bit too. My concern is like the chronologist seems way cooler than the other options. Why would I pick anything? So this one doesn't really do a lot of damage. This is much more of a support class, a support subclass. So is it cool? Absolutely. Are you going to be dealing the most damage out of anybody? Definitely not. So this is very much a support class, sort of like a Songweaver or a Bard kind of thing. Yeah. It is funny how different people are like, oh yeah, this is clearly the best thing, and then everybody else is like, what? Okay. Yeah, let's go to the Workshop of the Alchemist, guys. Key points: learn new recipes, situationally good potions. Etheric Infuser is like a soda stream. How many bubbles? How many bubbles do you want in this potion? Charging the potion longer makes it more infused. Okay, that's cool. Level 3, Etheric Infusions. You invented the Etheric Infuser and discover 2 potion. And not discover, because you're not discovering it, you're inventing it. You invent 2 Potion recipes. Potion sense. You get advantage on any attempt to identify the effects of a liquid concoction you can examine. Oh, that's cool. Shaped charge. Once per safe rest, create an explosive potion that can be used to damage or destroy an inanimate object. Be a little bit more specific than that, maybe. Discover one additional and invent one additional potion recipe. We'll look at the potions in just a second. So this is probably not going to be it. So we'll just gray that out. Your etheric infuser. Feel like it should be that. Infuser, not infusor. Only takes one action. Oh, it normally takes two actions. These are going to be good then if it takes. Invent an additional potion recipe. Invent. I'll say a third potion recipe. Copy. And then we can say invent a fourth potion recipe. My dad got a racquetball trophy once, and it said he got third place, and it said 3 ND. So we would always say, "We're number thinned. We're number thinned." Stable reaction. When you infuse a potion, you may spend extra mana dice to give your roll advantage for each. Ooh, okay. I feel like this should be earlier. Some way to spend your mana dice in an interesting way. Okay. Etheric infuser. Oh, once per encounter. 2 actions, charge and throw a potion at a target square within range 6. Okay, this is interesting. So Etheric Infuser, so it'll be 2 actions there. And this will be here. Once per encounter, range 6. Charge and throw a potion. Mishap. Etheric overflow. The overflow effect from the chosen potion occurs. Cool. Upgrades, +2 range. Okay. Potion effects can bypass one creature. And we should say like light, weight, reagents, something like that. Efficient reagents. Selective reagents. Or selective catalysis. It has to be like, you have to give it a reason. Whenever you make a potion, gain int temp HP for each mana dice spent. Innervating bruise. Okay, and I never can remember if it's innervating or enervating. Supply an organ. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's good. Because the other one, innervating, is make you feel weak and tired. I didn't invent it. Don't come at me about that. Brew sounds really cool. Formulate a brew, a potion recipe. Yeah. Alchemist that I try to emulate. Honey Lemon from Big Hero 6 and the Gaffy Witch from Brave. Honey Lemon? Honey Lemon? No, not that. This one. Honey Lemon. All right, what did Honey Lemon do? Oh, yeah, she had like a purse full of things, right? Personality, appearance, powers, and abilities. She is fluent in English, Spanish, and Japanese. Equipment. What could she do? Machine gun mode. Hero created a modified Kim purse with a machine gun mode that allows her to shoot Kim balls at a faster pace, like a paintball cannon. Cool. Sniper bazooka mode. Another mode in the opposite side. This one used as a bazooka using a cannon of the machine gun. Support deploying. I'm gonna have to watch this movie again. Kim balls, like their name implies. Handheld paintball pellets roughly the size of lacrosse balls. How big is a lacrosse ball? Lacrosse ball. How big is it? Where's the baseball? Okay. That's a weird okay. Size of a tennis ball. We've seen crossing any elemental compound from her. Capable of serving something. Bunny shield. She can encase herself in a gelatinous substance shaped like a bunny. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, so maybe like instant foam. And you're just like... Kim boots. Ultra armor. These boots can shoot Kim balls at a close distance through a hole in the soles, permitting the use of different chemicals to upgrade mobility. Goop. Creates a gelatinous chemical to bounce off of and make large jumps. Oh, that's neat. Freezing. Creates ice behind the boots, allowing her to slide towards any place, inclusive in midair. Cool. San Francisco? English, what a language. Okay, let's take a look at the brews. Target and adjacent creatures take fire damage equal to the sum of the mana dice rolled, and target becomes smoldering. Okay, I'll have to see how much damage that ends up being. Frost Bloom File. Okay, so this is the AoE plus utility. Frost Bloom File. So I like to think of them in different categories. AoE and utility. Frost Bloom File. Target and adjacent creatures are restrained. Ooh, okay, better utility. To escape restrained. Okay, so I wouldn't do this. The escape DC is just always going to be the same. Like, we don't need to mess with. Okay. AoE utility. So there's not AoE and utility. It's AoE utility. Your adjacent targets are slowed until the start of your next turn. Overflow. You take the same damage. Okay. Vigorous Vapors. Okay, so there are only 4. There's only 4 potions currently, and we can pick 4 of them. Do we like that? I don't know. A number of creatures equal to the number of mana dice spent may immediately move up to 2 times their speed and take an action. Oh, okay. Caustic Draft. Target square and adjacent. Where's a coated acid? Equal to the 2 highest mana dice rolled. Okay, so this is more like an area denial. An area denial kind of thing, maybe. I think we might be giving out too many actions here. May immediately move up to 2 times their speed and take an action. I think just a reposition potion might be better than giving him an action as well. Because if it's on your turn, we don't really want them doing a lot of things, because then people will lose whose turn it is and all that sort of stuff. Reposition potion. Number of creatures equal to the number of mana dice spent. May immediately move. And I do like the idea of the Artificer's things having dual use. Like, you can reposition your allies or your enemies or whatever. Definitely not 20 and definitely not a skill tree. That is just a different game. But should there be more than 4? Probably. Could be up the next primary dies by 1. Maybe. Okay, so let's make a list of... okay, Time Sick. That's a cool one. Oh, these are all ideas that we were cooking up as we were thinking it. Like maybe the time guy, like you had a friendship break, like you can only affect time for yourself and like this one other ally. Take an action away from an enemy, give it to an ally. Low damage, high utility, creature in the area affected. Whenever you get a mishap, you can use it on yourself for free to reroll the mana dice. Time grenade. Help teleport. Ooh, yeah, like a portal potion might be fun. All right, so let's just come up with some ideas of potion names. Portal potion. I say it, you know, you immediately know what it is. What if instead of limiting recipes, you limited the number of uses? Yeah, maybe. It might not be the number of recipes. So like maybe this is, I don't know. Let's come up with some more potions. So I think Alchemist's Fire. I think this should clearly be a big fire AoE. Dangerous. Maybe the danger in it is the area affected is variable. Maybe the area affected is variable. Portal potion. So Alchemist's Fire is basically the Brimstone Brew. I do like Brimstone Brew. I think that sounds pretty cool. Defense potion. Defense potion. It could slash single target CC. So this is like insta foam thing where protects slash controls a creature for 1 turn. I think that's cool. I think that is definitely cool. It's not temp HP. I think a defense potion. Maybe it could be temp HP. Maybe that's how it could work. Throw a portal, and it's a 2-way from the throne portal in the back of his suit, so I can jump through into battle. Transmogrification potion, yeah, that's fun. My kids have been reading Calvin and Hobbes a lot, so I got transmogrification. Smaller slash bigger. Could be like a buff debuff kind of thing. A potion that creates a walkable surface or a wall when smashed. Yeah, that could be fun. Instant wall. Yeah, maybe the Frostbloom file could be like an instant wall. Wall of ice kind of thing. I think the portal is not gonna be like from the back of the suit or something. But it's like you jump into there and you can like reappear anywhere else you choose. Something like that. Fog potion slash grenade, making it hard to see. Sleeping potions. Stun enemy or rejuvenate your allies. Maybe this defense potion, maybe it can like heal the target while in it. So you only use this single target CC. Like you could use it against an enemy. You don't care if they heal, if they're already at maximum hit points. Yeah, I'm gonna crowd control that guy. That might be cool. Like I really like the idea of having this one ability, but I can use it this way or that way. I really do like that. like Millstone. Like Millstone is a thing. Target player puts top 2 cards of her library into his or her graveyard. Okay, so you might want to mill out your opponent in Magic to when they run out of cards, then they lose. Or you might want to have cards in your own graveyard in Magic, so that you could do things to your. So I really like that kind of thing. Speaking of hard to see slash fog, it may help in the GM guide to offer ways to run that monsters when it can't see. Yeah, basically things that have cover. So just look at cover. So that should already be there. Let's go up here. Cover. Creature mostly obscured from line of sight. Poor lighting has cover. Imposes disadvantage on attacks against them. That is what I would do. So if it's like fog, it might provide cover, or it might provide full cover. Okay. What are the kind of potions from the GLOG? One of my favorite potions. I don't know what GLOG is. Fluxator. Anti-gravity potion. Enemies fly for a turn. Damage when falling. Yeah. Sign of Blood. Use it. Draw a card for cost of... Yeah. Sleeping potion. There is already cryo sleep. Healing potions are arguably the most iconic. Yeah. Yeah. It should be different than a healing potion, though. It should be different. So we do already have Stim Pack, which is basically healing potion. So let's look at Stim Pack real quick. Send a construct to heal a target for D8 hit points. They gain 1 action. At the end of their turn, they must make a strength save or become dazed. So this is a healing potion. So it's sort of like a caffeine kind of thing. They gain hit points, they gain an action, but then like maybe they might lose that action right afterward if they're not strong enough to handle the side effects. Double the heal, gain a wound. I really like that. All of that is cool. That feels neat to me. Wormhole essence for portal potion. Gelatinous cube in a bottle. So these are things that he's brewing and not like monsters that he's caught. Truth potion, weapon oils for each vulnerability. What is GLOG? Maybe some potions that ape magic utility items from other media. Something like Stick of It potion gives you a climb speed. That's cool. AoE heal. Ship in a bottle. Collapsible boat. Yeah. So I don't want this guy to have like a million options. But having some number of options. I do like the idea of an instant wall potion. Big damaging potion, obviously. So you shouldn't be able to use these so much that you only use your potions and you never use any of the inventions. So I do like the idea of... maybe not once per encounter, maybe like int times per encounter. That would be up to 5 times. That's basically going to be the entire encounter. So I don't want them to be so good. Yeah, so maybe it is once per encounter. Maybe it could be like this. While outside of combat, you can choose 1 potion to have at the ready. It costs 1 action. And then when you're in combat, you can like you could battle brew, you know. You can battle brew. You can like quickly brew up one of these things and throw it. So like your Aether Confuser like has 1 all the time. Potion effects, I think maybe instead of this. No, there it is. Maybe instead of that, it can be +1 I think the range should be 6, 8. It should be +4 range to make it more useful. This should be +1 potion at the ready. Ready. Or maybe it could be like stable. Stable admixtures. That might be cool. So you have this thing always with you. Does Nimble use 10 HP? Yes, it does. Yeah. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, that might be. I'm thinking of something like that for this defensive one, like this Insta Foam, 100 temp HP, or something. It goes away at the end of the round. Bang potion, or using it to distract enemies out of combat, could be. Yeah, we already do have stim potions. I don't know that we need that. 6 to 8 potions is enough. So what do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe one more I think would be good. And then like a vigorous vapors. Just like a cool reposition thing might be. And like you can use this for you can use this against enemies must move X spaces. I think that would be cool. So like if you use it with your reposition potion. Okay, so how is the reposition potion different than the portal potion? Are they the same? So we have the big damage one. We have the defensive one. So we have the attack one, the defense one. Transmogrification potion. Instant wall. I think this is a classic instant wall, like wall of ice. And then one of the either the portal or reposition potion, maybe they can be combined. So we have all of these. Target score and adjacent scores are coated in acid that lasts until. So I would just say target square and adjacent. So this is going to be a 3x3 area is code. So that's just much easier to understand. Acid for 1 round. Come on. Creatures there, or creatures already there, or who enter the area take damage equal to the 2 highest mana dice rolled. Take damage. Okay, well, we'll figure out what the damage is later. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I do like that. Maybe this could be like difficult terrain too. Difficult terrain, or you could combo this with some of the wind spells that can push people around, or some of the commander spells abilities. Goblin Laws of Gaming. He wrote. Okay. True Sight 2, but stuns or dazed. Oh, okay. I don't know how useful that would be. Twice per encounter. Yeah, so essentially it's twice per encounter. You have one ready, and then one that you can use, maybe a potion that directly interacts with your inventions. Nitrous for your gizmos. That's interesting. Nitrous potion. We're not going to call it that, but acts as a D20 die. Something like that. That might be fun, where you just get this supercharged. You can boost your. Yeah, nitrous. I do like that. I do like that. Okay, so how would something like that interact with some of our things? Thunder Gauntlets. Deal extra damage equal to some of the dice rolled. Cool. So there's just additional D20 damage. That feels pretty neat. And it's highly unlikely to trigger a mishap. So like the D20 mana die, how high do your mana dice get? How high do your mana dice get? Do they stay D4? They don't stay D4s. Okay, they become D6s, then level 10, D8s, D10s. Okay, D10 is the highest that they go. And then I think this one, yeah, so this one they become D12s. So this guy can just get a single D20. Okay, so it can deal a D20 worth of damage. This, add int to each mana die rolled, deal, okay, so this is just extra damage also. And this is 2 times the D20, which is pretty sweet. I think that's cool. If you spend 2 or more mana dice when you defend. So it's just like, if you normally have 3 mana dice per turn, this could just be like the 4th mana die that you could just use. It's just sort of independent. I do like that. Oh, there's more ideas. I forgot to scroll down. Yep, first potion throws 1 action, yep. Gaze, yeah. Nitrous is a cool idea. Does it do anything else cool? I think those are the only things. Yeah, that's just a really cool thing that we could do. I think brewing the potion might just be 1 action though. I don't know. Random effect potion. Maybe like we can separate it out. Maybe battle brew is 1 action and then throwing it is another action. Battle brew, 1 action. So you can like separate it out a little bit better. Not battle brew. Battle brew, 1 action. Choose any potion to brew up. Once per counter. Okay. It expires. Okay, and then throw a potion. 1 action to throw a potion. All right, so these notes are sort of just, they're rough for me, just so I can sort of understand what direction we're going. Random effect potion maybe causes a roll on a chaos table. That might be cool. So on a mishap, roll a d6, brew that potion, and the GM chooses where it's thrown. That might be fun. That might be too punishing. We'll see. Maybe you need to brew a potion for 2 actions, and on your next turn you can load throw just 1 having usage. Having no limit. Fluxicator, could you rephrase that in a way that makes a little bit more sense? Brew a potion for 2 actions, and on the next turn, you can load and throw it for 2 actions, or just 1. So each usage costs you 3 actions in total, and having no limit. Yeah, the problem with that, I think I understand what you're getting at. The problem with that is we want this subclass to be a subclass of the main class. So the main class has all of these, has access to all these inventions, and has access to these gadgets. So we don't want this guy to be just the alchemist. He is an alchemist artificer, right? He's not just an alchemist. He is an artificer that specializes in alchemy. So he does all these things, and his alchemy can improve these things or supplement these things. But we don't want it to replace those things, right? So if all these potions are so strong that they're worth 3 actions, and after like 3 rounds of combat, like you've only used those, right? So we want to be careful not to wipe out anything. Instant wall and the instant foam could be combined? Maybe. Hey, Lewis. Good to see you, man. Hello, Governor. Pylons/pillars are similar to charge inventions would be nice. Bottle of grease is classic. Yeah, that's cool. D20 minute. All right, yeah, let's see bottle of grease. Bottle of grease. D20 mana die. Mana in a bottle. Yeah. Yeah, mana brew. What happens if a hero spends 3 actions drinking potions? I don't know. We'll figure that out. I believe it lacks some interactions with the other inventions, like using gauntlets to throw the potions or coat them, whatever. No, we're wrapping up the Artificer right now. Have a player very interested in dying at mid-campaign and becoming one. Oh, rad. Yeah, maybe we can hop to Revenant next, Lewis, if you're gonna be around for a minute. All right, so let's wrap up this. Alchemist Fire, big fire, AoE, dangerous. I think this is cool. It's gonna be once per whatever. The area effect is variable, so like, yeah, you want your buds to be sort of far away from it if possible. So let's compare this to a spell. Let's compare this to, say, I guess I have everything here already. Let's compare it to Pyroclasm. So I think it should be similar in quality to Pyroclasm, but like qualitatively different. So Pyroclasm is reach 3, so this is a longer reach. And then 2d20 plus 10 to others on a failed dex save. So I think it should deal roughly the same amount of damage as a Pyroclasm. 2d20 plus 10. And then advantage 1 or plus 1 reach. And then for the reach, I think the reach could be variable. So like, how big of an explosion is this? Like, it's sort of unpredictable. Maybe that's it. So I feel like each one of the potions should have a mishap, like its own mishap. Reach is 1 step larger or smaller. GM's choice. I think that's cool. What Pyroclasm, but just around the alchemist's AoE. First time live, hey, happy dungeon! Nice, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Awesome. Magnetic potion selectively attracts and detracts creatures and items. That could be cool. That could be cool. Magnetic potion. Magnesis. I do like this. I do like this. I think this is cool. And this could be like a 3x3 area. And then Jim's choice 2x2 or 4x4. Is that enough of a mishap? I don't know. Or it could be like 1x1 or 5x5. That feels more, because 1x1, I think I still have Owlbear Rodeo up. Okay. This was draw marker. Okay, cool. I can. All right, let's go over here. So Alchemist Fire. Let's change it to red since we're talking about fire. Okay, so I throw it here. So my potion is centered in this square. And then reach 1 would make it a 3x3 area. And then reach 2 would make it that. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so it is normally going to be... So if everything goes well, it's going to be... Oh, green. If everything goes well, we'll pick light blue. If everything goes well, it's going to be this big, right? I think that's pretty cool. But if we have a mishap, it might be Whoa, I charged that puppy way too big. An ally is in this area too. Or, I undercharged it in this, and it's smaller. So it's still going to do something. It's still going to hit the square that you hit and explode. But it's going to be a smaller explosion. Or it's going to be like, oh, a big boom. That feels very alchemisty. And a smart alchemist can arrange it to where, like, even if it mishaps, like, it's kind of fine. I think that's pretty neat. I think that's pretty neat. I really like that. So maybe it's going to be 1d20 damage per mana die, maybe. No, because we don't want to roll multiple dice. So we don't have to like roll 3 mana dice. All right, let's bust out the dice and let's do some rolling to see what feels correct here, guys. Let's bust out some dice. Does this still work? It still works. Okay. So we start out with D4, so it should work from D4 all the way up to D10. All right, so D4s. Where's all my D4s? Oh, here they are. Okay, so D4s. So we want it to deal like a decent amount of damage. So if you roll 1d4, let's actually get out. Let's get out. There we go. Get this out. So average damage per turn, 10. So maybe it could just be like a plus 10. So mana dice sum plus 10. So maybe that is what it's going to be. Mana dice sum plus 10. Let's see what that feels like. Okay, so we're rolling 1, 12 damage to this AoE, and its reach. That's pretty strong. Once we upgrade to D6s, say, let's grab my D6. So once we upgrade, so we might roll like 2 D6s since that's a little bit safer, right? So that it doesn't scale much. So I would probably only ever be incentivized to roll 1 die. So maybe we can add like plus 10 or plus 5 to each one of the dice. So it's like more tempting to charge it up. I think that is cool. Plus 10. So let's do plus 10 to each die. Plus 10 to each each die. All right, so let's go to here. Let's go back to the Artificer. So I think this is what we're doing already to one of them. So this is 2x, and this is add int to each mana die rolled. Okay, yeah, so it's similar damage curve to the Mana Bolt Cannon, which feels cool. So it's going to be plus 10 to each die. So it's bigger, riskier, but it's something you can only use once, and this is your subclass thing. Okay, that feels cool. So let's go back to the desk, and we roll 1. We deal 14 damage. Ooh, but I want to deal a lot of damage. So this is going to be 38 damage. But we do have a mishap. So it might be 38 damage to a small area or to way too big of an area. That's pretty neat. 38 damage with a mishap. How does it feel when you're rolling a lot of dice? It might be too much with like a ton of dice. And I don't know if I told you guys, but I did go ahead and order the custom. So these are not the custom molded dice yet. These are sort of just samples, but I did order the custom mold already. Ooh, 8, 8, and 6, and no mishap. So that is going to be 16 plus 6, 22? 22 plus 30, 52 damage. Let's see, 52 damage and an AoE. That's a lot of damage. 52 damage and an AoE. Let's see, is that too good? It might be too good. At what level can you roll D10s? Okay, so level 14. Okay, so level 14, 52 damage. Yeah, that's not too bad for a once per encounter thing. And you're rolling 3 mana dice. But you could roll 4. You could roll 4 mana dice at that time. Okay, I'm going to cook on the exact numbers later, but I think we're in the right neighborhood. I don't want you guys to... I don't want to lose you guys. Oh, yeah. D10 should say 10. Can you imagine if like the 6 on a D6 said 0? You'd be like, oh. It's just such a weird thing. But they ruined the D10 in order to have a D100, but nobody... yeah, it might be +5 per die. That might be more reasonable. So if you're rolling 3 or 4 dice, so let's think of the maximum. So you're rolling 5 dice. All right, Chud, you pulled me back in. Just when I thought I was out, I get pulled back in. All right, so let's say you really rush. You really rush to 5 dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, clearly we get a mishap, but 8 plus 8 plus 5, so 21. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 21 plus 25. Yeah, it's still like roughly 46 damage. Yeah, plus 5 per die might be it. Plus 5 per die might be it. But the GM always choosing just to make it smaller feels... But the GM might make it bigger. Yeah, plus 5 per die is probably closer in the neighborhood of what we're going for. Ooh, not that. All right, so let's record our results. Plus, because it is an AoE also, we don't want to be too spicy. Yeah, that feels cool. So the mishap isn't that bad. Okay, defense potion. So target CC, Instafoam, something. I think the wall and the defense potion are going to be different. Throw. So this is going to be like a throw at a willing ally. Creature. Throw at a... Like, I don't want you to be able to grief your allies. Yeah. Plus 5. Double dice result. Yeah, there's a surprisingly large number of ways to get like really interesting big numbers, which I love. I love dice. And mishap, all dice are treated as the lowest. No. Like we still want it to be big and cool. Because like you're an actual inventor and the thing succeeds, but then there's a bad thing. So it's not like the thing doesn't succeed because you are a competent inventor. At a willing creature, yeah, at a willing creature, so you can target yourself. Willing creature. They gain X temp HP, and they gain X temp HP, and are incapacitated until for as long as it lasts. So this is the idea that I'm going for, but it's not exactly it. So like, how could we have this affect an enemy too? Because it would be cool to affect an enemy this way. So, I do like the Instafoam kind of thing. or until the end of their next turn. So I don't want you to be able to take an ally's turn. That feels bad. Happy Dungeon, binge watching. All right, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I wish I had time to do more of these. Mana dice. But a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is like kind of boring. So I'm trying to stream just the interesting bits. Like watching me work on spreadsheets for days and days is not super fun. Mana dice spent as Ninkun? I don't know what that means. Mana dice spent times 5 or 10 plus the sum of the dice for the temp HP, but you lose an action just like this. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, let's, so. If thrown at an unwilling creature, hey, see Edward, glad you could hop in, man. If thrown at an unwilling creature, they if thrown at an enemy, they can attack the foam too? Like they can attack to get out of it? So it would be cool, like, oh, the mage he's down, and all the bad guys are surrounding him. I throw this potion at the mage, and he's protected. He's protected this round. But I don't want him to lose his turn. Or until the start of their next turn. Okay. So maybe this just has 2 modes. Throw at a willing creature to grant them X temp HP until the start of the next turn. Thrown at me. I think it should say how can we battle brew? Yeah, I think we fixed it, didn't we? Battle brew. We fixed it. You catching up? What if it restrains instead? What does restrain do? It just makes attacks be advantaged against you. Restrained. Grapple restrained. Cannot move. Attacks against you have advantage. I feel like this is like a foam that... This is like ice block for mages in World of Warcraft. Like, you could just swap turns, Abuji. You just swap turns. Because you don't want them to... I think this is like a protect them after their turn's over. You protect them during the enemy's turn is the kind of thing. Should we be able to give them throw this at an enemy too? I think that would be cool. Throw an enemy, they... I want it to make sense that it works. I want it to make sense in the world. So it should work the same way for both enemies and allies. So I'd like it to be a thing that you can trap an enemy, incapacitate them, but they can't be harmed. So that's sort of the trade-off. They can't harm you, but they can't be harmed. Or you can protect an ally or protect yourself for a round. You can't use reactions or anything. Insta-foam would blind or strain to make it invulnerable. So like if the essentially, so like incapacity you can't do anything. But the temp HP is the idea is it's going to be so high that it's basically like I could chop through all of this stuff, but it's just gonna be gone next turn. I'll just attack somebody else. So if there is a really strong Tarask or something, some big monster, like he can just like break through it. So it's not invulnerable. It's less than invulnerable, but it's very, very good. Maybe the foam just slows. No. The idea is that it is this thing that you can save an ally or harm an enemy. Throw at a creature. Throw at a creature. Grant. So we'll say reach 6. Give a creature X temp HP. Creature. No. It should be a give a creature X temp HP. They are incapacitated for as long as these HP last. Man, that's a really hard word to spell. Okay. You can end this early. They wish. So friendly creatures can end this early if they wish. That's kind of cool. Something like that. Enemies can. Like, do we need to say enemies can attack the foam to end it early? Or I don't think we probably need to say that. Petrified? Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is petrified. I mean, they are essentially immune to, so incapacity can't do anything. Attacks against you have advantage, and melee attacks that hit crit. Yeah, so that's fine. So maybe it's 10 hit points melt away on each of the creature's turns. Maybe it's something like that. It's like for a legendary creature, it melts away quicker. Like you teach your allies how to do this, or you hear them, what the hell, you know, and then you like you can do that. So caster of the foam has to act always last, so the ally gets to. Yeah, I mean you could do that. Yeah. Yes. The effect wears out at the start of the next turn. The effect wears out. The effect wears out. The effect ends at the start of their next turn or round. instead of temp HP, how about a high damage reduction, like reduce each incoming damage by 25 or scaling amount to make it better high levels? Yeah, maybe. In Smoldering, yeah, that would be thematic, but not really useful. So yeah, okay. So I do like this chud because it would be less mathy, like 80 temp HP, and I have to like subtract a bunch of numbers until we hit 80. Or it could just be, oh, you took more than 25, already breaks. Friendly creatures can end this early and remove the remaining temp HP. Yeah. I think friendly creatures can end this early is sort of says that already. The beginning of that creature's turn. 10 HP. Minus 10 temp HP. 10 temp HP are lost. At the beginning of that creature's maybe it should be like 20. 20. That way we can just say like 20 temp HP per thing. Temp HP per mana die. Yeah. So you can you spend 1 mana die. You can incapacitate a creature for one of their turns. You spend 2 turns. 3 turns. That's cool. I think that's maybe not the final, but that's pretty close to the intent. It's pretty close to the intent. Okay, instant Wall of Ice. Fill 2 spaces with thick ice. Treat each space, each space taking 10 or more damage destroys 1 taking 10 or more damage destroys second wall. Okay, that all right. We'll work on it. Fill 2 spaces, two empty spaces with thick ice. 2 empty spaces per mana die spent with thick impassable ice. With a wall. I'll just say wall. Okay, that is interesting. I think that's cool. No mishap on the foam? Oh yeah, we definitely need a mishap. What could be the mishap? What could be the mishap? Lucas, or do you have any ideas for the mishap, or are you just a problem finder, not a problem solver? Instafoam. Let's look at some of the other mishaps that that we have. Mishap, you are, so they have to be logical. You're not prone. You're knocked back the same distance, landing prone. That makes sense. It's overloaded. Do the attack suffer? So you suffer a little bit of damage, and then the weapon takes an action to fix it. You suffer a little bit of damage, and you have to fix the weapon. You're restrained. That makes sense. Land prone. So like they're minor setbacks. They're not big, super duper punishing things. Mishap. GM could choose a different creature. You're restrained as well. QA tester so proud. There you go. That's fine. I don't think so. Mishap. Maybe the mishap here is minus mana dice. Give me 1 second, guys.
STABS. He's the one who likes us best. Stab stream. Got anything for me to stab?
Okay, sorry about that. I had to text someone back real quick. Blows up in your hand. 4:30 a.m. Where do you live? Don't tell me where you live. No. Definitely don't want to do that. We don't want to ruin someone else's fun. So maybe this like gunks up the maybe it gunks up your mana pack, mana thingy. Your, what is it called? Your mana accumulator. Gunks up your mana. -1 max mana die. Next turn. Maybe it's something like that. Not incredibly punishing, but maybe it should be -2. Oh, you guys can't see. Maybe it's like -1 or 2. Random target. No, we want it like it works. So all of the mishaps, the thing that you're trying to do still works. But after it, something happens. Just ends early. And the spirit of not grieving allies, yeah. I think it just ends early or doesn't give as much temp HP. Okay, yeah, maybe it's just like 10 temp HP per mana die. Maybe that's it. But also, like, I don't want it to be less good. So when you're juicing your inventions, they always juice and they work. But the drawback is like something else happens. So I think we're going to stick with this -1 or 2 mana dice. Okay, instant wall. Mishap. Yeah. That's good. -1 max mana die until cleared. DC 10. DC 10 finesse check, maybe. What is it here? DC 12, Arcana. DC 12, finesse. What are the other checks? Because I like to use different kinds of checks. Arcana examination, finesse, insight, lore, might, naturecraft. Maybe it's a might check. Like you have to break it off. DC 12, mana die. Escape DC. Yeah, maybe it's a DC 10, means DC 12. Might check. Gunk up your mana accumulator. That's cool. I do like that. Slowed next turn. Yeah, I think that could be cool. Fall prone. Maybe. You may not care if you're slowed a whole lot. Okay, where were we? Instafoam. Instant wall. Mishap. Frostburn. There you go. Like just because I thought of the name Frostburn, it makes sense that you would take a little bit of damage. Because slowed is like maybe not quite enough. But a lot of times the art influences the design, the names influences the mechanics, and the mechanics influence the name, like vice versa. Okay, I think that is 3 solid. That's 3 solid potions so far. Acts as an additional D20 mana die. Does not count toward mishaps. Yeah, we'll say that. I like nitrous potion better, but what if it was like a bottled, like bottled lightning or something like that? I want to get across like the coolness, the speed, the power of the nitrous potion, but I want something a little bit better because I think nitrous might be like, is that a copyrighted word, or is that just like a common nitrous? Oh, it's just nitrous oxide. Okay. Slightly sweet smelling gas. Oh, it's a medical sedative, an automotive performance enhancer, and food industry propellant. I didn't know that. Oh, it's laughing gas. That's funny. Yeah, ice floor, chance to fall. Becomes a fireball. I don't think so. Let's don't do that. Yeah, fall prone. Okay. I think just you being slowed feels fine. Take a little bit of damage, you're slowed. Catalyst. Ooh, catalyst. Yeah, catalyst. Fall prone laughing. Yeah. Catalyst is a cool word. Catalyst potion is not cool. Catalyst something? Where do I have love potions? No, we don't. We don't have love potions. But you throw a love potion, like the monster falls in love with you, you tell it what to do, and it does that. And then like you sort of fall in love with the monster too, and like the GM tells you, like the monster tells you what to do. I think that'd be funny. Accelerant. Yeah. catalyst something. Catalyst something. Drinkable spark. That's cool. What if it was like liquid lightning? Liquid lightning? That sounds kind of cool. Sorcery motor compound. I like liquid lightning so far. That one doesn't cost you an action to throw. One action. Reach 6. AOE 3x3 area. Deal. Deal damage equal to the sum. How do we phrase it here? I think we already phrased it once. Let's don't reinvent the wheel. Add, okay, add int, add something, add deal that much. Okay, add 5 to each minute I rolled and deal that much damage to creatures in the area. Yep, there we go. That makes sense. Liquid lightning is cool, yeah. Tinker's tonic. I'll take 2. Could be thrown at an ally to boost their next damage. I don't know. I think it just applying to you is cool enough. Should the DC for mishap checks be adjusted to match the new assess? Maybe. I'll think about that. Yeah, great question. Great question, Obtuse. Great question. Probably. I'll go ahead. I update. I thought about it. DC 12. Escape DC 10. Yeah, just having all the DCs 10. Yeah, good question. So if you roll like a 3, you'll fail. The question isn't if you can fix it. It's just like, how quickly can you fix it in combat? Okay. Okay. Liquid lightning. That one is cool. Instant wall. Cryo wall. Cryo wall. Destroys space of the wall. Ignores damage less than 10. Any damage destroys one space in the wall. Great. Okay. I'll tweak it, maybe. We'll see. Okay, so I think we've got 4 very solid potions. They're good enough to move into playtesting. We need 2 more. Bottle of grease, is that interesting enough? We do have grease trap already for the hunter. Maybe this could be that, but bigger. Like they gain the effects of smoldering. Grease trap reaction when enemy moves adjacent to you. It is treated as if it is smoldering. It is vulnerable to. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Bottle of grease. It could just be called bottle of grease. I think it should be called something else. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it should be called something else. Like more magical. One action. About their area. Yeah, maybe it's just like heavy armor. Any damage kills it. Yeah, that'd be easier. Yeah, WD-40 Sliquid. Bottle of slime. Oh, it's conductive. Oh yeah, alchemist. Sliquid is so good. Glyph of larding. Who is it? Someone had battle butter. I really like that. Sliquid. I do like Sliquid. Bottle of slime. Bacon grease, yeah. Mindbender for the Scion. Dark Sun sometimes called them that. I like that. Mindbender. I don't hate it. My initial reaction was negative. But fire accelerant. Okay, what if this? What if this? 3x3 area. Give creatures in the area +2 speed. Grease like a bottle. Ground grease. Alchemist accelerant. Quick slicker. Quicksilver would be cool. So what if it's something that like gives them extra speed, but after they stop moving, they fall prone? I'm still trying to think of ways that we can use these for and against, with our allies or against. Like a buff and a debuff is kind of cool way to think about it. But it does make it much harder to design. Yeah, X speed, but only in a straight line. Yeah. plus 2 speed. They fall prone if they use. They must use. If they move, they must move in a straight line. If give creatures in the area plus 2 speed. If they move, they must move in a straight line. Or fall prone where they stop. Okay, so it's currently not good enough, but we're cooking. We're cooking. Liquid launcher. No, not liquid launcher. Increase speed, but disadvantage on attacks. No, I don't think this would give you disadvantage on attacks. Alchemist Accelerant, 1 action. Give creature in the area plus 2 speed. If they move, they must move. They must use all of their movement and move in a straight line or fall prone where they stop. So that could make it pretty challenging. Tumble tonic, topple tonic. No, just like a fast, greasy thing. Can be a reaction, all their actions, not movement, right? Okay. Okay, what if it's this? Not if they move. They must use all of their movement, move in a straight line, or fall prone where they stop. What if it's this? What if it's that? So you can throw it at an ally, and they can move into melee quicker. What if it's like +1 speed per mana die spent? So you can like adjust. You can make it. Okay, so you throw this, and it explodes, and maybe you get an ally, maybe you get 2 enemies. And the ally, so like the enemies move, they have to move in a straight line or they fall prone. Propulsion gel from Portal? Propulsion gel. Yeah, I do like that. I like propulsion gel. Slick silver sounds funny. Propulsion potion? Or propulsion. Propulsion potion. This is a cool twist on like the grease spell. They must immediately use all their movement and move in a straight line or fall prone where they stop. So they could just fall prone where they are. Or they can move and propulsion. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Brandon. Creatures in the area +1 speed per mana die spent. They must immediately use all of their movement. Must immediately use. Okay, they must use all of their speed to, and speed is now a term of design, term of art. Hey, Ira. Things step away from there. Yeah, maybe. who does your art for cards and whatnot. I've got Mitch Mueller doing a lot of the art for the cards, but there Eliza Bowl, I think, has been doing some of the art for the Songweaver. There's been a few others, a bunch of different artists. I have Florian Frey do most of the art for the Berserker cards. All the artists will be credited. Don't you worry. If a character has higher movement, they'll have fewer options. Is that intentional? Yeah. I think that's a cool thing to wrap your mind around. Propulsion potion. Give creatures in the area +1 speed per mana die spent. They must immediately use all of their speed to move in a straight line or fall prone wherever they stop. I think this is neat. It may need some tweaking, so this one I'm least sure of, but it has the potential for shenanigans, which I like. I think Portal Potion and Reposition Potion, I think those are sort of covered. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we want one more. Yeah, they're like, and like this can trigger opportunity attacks because they are moving. It could trigger traps if you set up Rhyme Blades and then you throw a Propulsion Potion. They must immediately use all their speed to move straight line in the direction they are facing. So the GM can't ruin your fun. I like the idea of waxing a cliff edge and pushing goblins off. That is funny. Should it have in the direction they are facing, or could it just be in the direction of your choice? The direction of your choice, and then in the direction of your choice. There we go. I think that makes it much better. A direction of your choice, and then the mishap, obviously. Not voice. Choice. That makes it fun. Okay, so like maybe if we add ending the effect, will help. So if it's a direction of your choice, it need not be in a straight line. They must use all of their speed moving in the direction of your choice or fall. So if it's an ally, you can just move your ally into a very advantageous position. If it's an enemy, you can move them into a disadvantageous position and make them fall prone. This part is, I think, a bit unclear. Can move it short for damage is funny, like falling off a treadmill. So this isn't forced movement. This is their willing movement. So I wouldn't say if they run into an ally, it deals a ton of damage, like being thrown into a wall or something. But this is just them walking to the wall. I don't think this would count as force movement. So this would not count as. This does not count as. I don't know. I think maybe this would be like an FAQ instead of So it's a willing movement because they are doing this. So it would trigger opportunity attacks, but it wouldn't trigger like forced movement damage. No, I think if we add moving in the direction of your choice. Okay, so instead of +1 speed per mana dice spent, maybe it's 3 spaces per mana dice spent. There we go. Give creatures move. So we'll say move creatures in the area 3 spaces per mana dice spent. They must immediately use all of their speed moving in the direction of your choice. They must. Okay, no. All right, okay. Move creatures in the area 3 spaces per mana dice spent in the direction of your choice. Okay. Yeah, so 1 mana die, you can move an enemy 3 spaces closer, an ally 3. No, because they have to be close together. You can move like the mage 3 spaces away, and then the 2 bad guys 2 spaces further away. And then like the Oathsworn, like you could do some stuff. Party in line, prepare for the opportunity. That is funny. So like you're just moving them to the place of your choice and not like around in a circle. So it is still essentially a straight line. So I think that's okay. I'm not too worried about that. You're just like you're moving them once. Is 3 spaces enough? Maybe 4 spaces. Maybe 3. Maybe 4. Ending the so your choice, and you choose. Then you may have them fall prone. Ending the effect. Okay. Mishap. The GM chooses. That might be too punishing. Okay, so the GM still can choose the direction, but you can still choose if they fall prone, if it's a mishap. Maybe that's okay. We'll cook on that a little bit longer, but I think that's good enough to move on. Okay, we have 5. So we have the damaging one, the defensive one, the blocky one, the utility one, another utility one. What did we have here? Frostborn Vigorous Vapors. Maybe that could be a buff one for your allies. Maybe there could be like an AoE buff for your allies. AoE buff. Advantage on rolls next turn. Your choice of advantage. Maybe it's an AoE buff / debuff. So here, so you throw a potion 3x3 area, reach 6, whatever. So can we think of a way to? Can we think of a way? A name? Can we think of a name of this potion that would make sense, that it would be good for you and bad for them? What a subclass that has a lot of perks. So yeah. But it can't tinker with time. And you don't get the cheer bot. So I think all of them are pretty cool. So your choice of advantage or disadvantage on rolls this round. Let's say this round. 3x3 area. +1 area per minute I spent. So heads or win tails, yeah, it's that kind of thing. Chud, what Alec Adlincon, maybe like an Adeline concoction kind of thing. Def light, but buff light. I don't know. I don't know. I think Brandon. I think it depends on if we can think of a cool name for it that makes sense. One or if we can think of a name where you can choose both. Pandemonium reagent. It's not pandemonium. It would be bewildering vapors, heroic haze. Oh, that's cool. Like so, yeah, something heroic that like that would make more sense. Like it's good for the heroes. Yeah, you're on the right track. You guys are definitely on the right track. Inner brew, yeah. Heroic haze. Heroic haze isn't quite it, I think, but that's pretty close to it. But I think those are going to be the 6 potions. What could the transmogrification potion do? Maybe on their next turn, they roll your choice of D4s or D20s. You can like embiggen or ensmallen a creature temporarily. Gain +10 defense or lose armor. Or unarmored. That might be cool. Like you can make an ally big for a turn, or you can make another guy small for a turn. Big and tough. Fumble fog. That's cool. Yeah, we're on the right track. Like we're cooking. We're cooking a bit. But I think these are cool ideas. Cool enough to go ahead and add them to Brimstone Brew. I think I like Alchemist's Fire better. Instafoam. I like Frostbloom File better. Cloudy Concoction. Maybe Vigorous Vapors, Cryo Wall, Cloud of Chaos. So it's describing the potion rather than the effect that it has. So like not Cloud of Chaos, it could be like Chaos Potion, but it's not really chaos because it's doing a distinct thing. Like they roll a random number of dice and random sizes of dice instead of like that would be a chaos thing. But this is a heroic thing. Or I don't know. So I need a name for Instafoam because it shouldn't be Instafoam. It's not a foam thing. Maybe it's like an icy thing, but I don't want to have 2 icy things. Maybe this could be like a plant thing, like a planty wall. It doesn't have to be an ice wall, but we do say frostburn. So maybe this will stay cryo wall, and this is not an ice-based thing. Transmogrifying. I do like transmogrifying tincture. That is cool. Bottled Instinct. Ooh, that's cool. That's interesting. Medusa's armor. What? Medusa's armor. Puff of Mayhem. Oh, Medusa's armor for the Instafoam. Yeah, like you turn him into rock. Isn't petrichor a thing? What is that? Pleasant earthy smell. Okay, that's not it. Petrification potion? Yeah, this maybe it's petrification potion. Petra potion. Bottled Instinct, Medusa armor, Puff of Mayhem. Instafoam could be, yeah, viney, thorny thing, yeah. If you give it 6 potions, each of them can be like one of the, yeah, could be. Each tincture of ill intent. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I mean, we do have earth magic now. So fire, earth, ice, lightning, something, maybe radiant. This could be necrotic. What are we missing? Wind? Yeah. Bottled wind. Sounds like a toot. Polyrock potion. Yeah, so maybe they could be like vaguely have each one of the things. I kind of like that. That's cool. Wind for propulsion is great. Yeah, it just accidentally worked that way. That's neat. Bottled luck. Yeah, maybe bottled luck. What was it? It was bottled instinct. Yeah, bottled luck sounds cool. Can't spell it. Yeah, moving with a sudden gust of wind. Yeah, that's cool. Tough tonic. All of these are great. I love these. Okay, upgrades. Whenever you throw, throw a potion. Maybe that's it. +4 range. Yeah, that's cool. +4 reach. We'll give it reach. Reach. Does it say stink, though? Instinct. Instincture. Yeah, so this is radiant, and then this is necrotic, I guess. If this is necrotic, can we make it sound more necrotic? Tincture sounds very cute, you know. Mutation potion. What could we call this to make it feel more necrotic? Mutation. Not bottle. Words for mutation, alteration, variation, metamorphosis, mutant. It's not really like disfiguring. It's not mutation flask. Draft. Draft sounds cool. That's pronounced draft, right? Draft, yeah. Draft. What mutation draft doesn't sound great. Dark Draft. Dark Draft? Twisting Brew. Ooh, yeah. Twisting. Concoction, yeah. Twisting is twisting draft, but like it makes them bigger and smaller, not like entropic. Yeah, entropic. Entropic, lacking order, maybe. Entropic is a cool word. Feels very Witcher-esque. List of black magic. List of black colors. Black. Abandon hope. Aberrant. Ooh, aberrant. Like an aberration. Aberrant. Draft. Aberrant brew. Brew. Yeah, brew sounds very like a witch's brew. Very aberrant brew. Yeah. Oh, that was loud. Sorry, guys. Yeah. All right, we got there. Okay. So that is enough for the what you call it. Let's go to the. That's enough for the Artificer for now. Let's go to the Revenant, guys. So the Revenant. The big question is, does the Revenant have 2 actions per turn, or 3? Let's check out the feedback. So the big thing, Lewis. Lewis, would you like to hop on a voice chat, or do you if you just want to type? Did you say that you have played with the Revenant already, or just one of your players wants to use the Revenant? So the main thing I want to think about right now, because it's going to affect everything else, is should the Revenant have a maximum of 2 actions while living and dying? I think that makes it pretty unique. But I do know enough to be able to recognize that that is a darling of mine, and it may need to be. Haven't played it, just just having read it. So the unique thing of the Revenant is, so each class interacts with the rules and breaks the rules in a certain way. The cheat can crit, and the berserker can do that. So each class can break the rule, interacts with a certain section of rules a certain way. Osorn can interpose for free. The commander can give actions very easily. So the Revenant does something with dying. So my thought is, they have 2 actions while dying. Well, the like to make it equal or symmetrical, they have 2 actions while living. And if we do that, then we can make those 2 actions very powerful. So we can make those actions incredibly powerful. So they benefit in an outsized way from gaining more actions, which is fun. But also they are punished in an outsized way for needing to for doing things that are easy for other people, like assessing or defending. Like it's harder for them to do that because like they're sort of undead, and they don't really think and work like the way other people do. It's very easy for someone who's alive to do this. Like thematically, it all makes sense to me in a really cool way. I really like it. If I can keep it, I want to keep it. But if it has a negative impact on the fun for other people, if they just always feel too action starved, then I don't know that I want to keep it. So if the negatives outweigh the benefits, then we'll do this. Yeah, so less granularity. But at the same time, like when they roll initiative on a 10 or higher, they have max actions. So like there are benefits if there's a commander in the party, like the Revenant loves the commander. Or if other people can help the Revenant, then it's a big teamwork thing, 2 actions make it so much harder to use help, interpose, assess. That's true. Like that's true. Is that a bad thing? So like the thing is, if we make that harder for them, they can make another thing easier or better for them. So like taking something away from a class, like, oh, but they don't have mana. Yeah, that's okay. Like commanders, they don't have mana, or they cheat. You know, the berserker, they don't have mana, they can't cast spells. Yes, but instead they get this cool thing, right? So it's not necessarily a bad thing to take something away from a class. It can be a good thing because that leaves a lot of space for us to do other rad things that would be otherwise broken, right? So that is the cool thing. I'm not sure if we're looking at the Revenant subclasses yet. I don't think there are subclasses yet. Yeah, there's no subclasses yet. Oh, cool art, man. So first we need to nail down the mechanics. Is this cool mechanic? Is this mechanic cool but stupid, or is it cool and fun? All right, so yeah, more action, more powerful actions, less granularity. Maybe they make it so the Revenant can spend their actions to make one action stronger. I don't know. I don't like that as much though. Could add a way of getting the third action, but as a disadvantage. I think maybe they could gain the third action, but it costs them hit points, or it costs them a wound, or costs them something. Like maybe it's that. Maybe they can only help once. Like maybe they can assess for free. Like the ghost in them assesses for free, but they only do it once per encounter. Or some like we can give it back, like we take with one hand and we can give with the other hand, right? I find that interposing and helping and assessing to be fun, and I think this constrains our options too much. Okay. Question: do you find them being able to, whenever your hit dice are rolled to recover hit points, you can instead recover that many wounds? Is that also cool? Is them adding their maximum hit points to all melee attacks they make, is that cool enough to not help as much? Is that cool? Like, this is the class, like, if you're dead, kind of like a zombie, like, you're gonna be less quick to help. You're gonna be less quick on assessing. Like, is it cool enough? Does the fantasy make up for that? So, like, maybe you're the class that doesn't help as much. You are not the song weaver who's like, jumping around and helping and, this. Maybe, and I'm not arguing the point. I'm like thinking it through out loud because I'm fine with going to 3 actions if we have to. So maybe you are not the class that helps as much. You're the class that needs help. But if you can get the help that you need, if someone could place you where you need to be or place the enemies near you, you could just cleave through mountains of them. It's like maybe you're not the class that helps. You're the class that is the payoff for other people helping. Does that make sense? I think that is cool. The difference is at home in expansion, yes. So I wouldn't do this at a core class, probably. Requires more of a payoff than it currently offers. So yeah, maybe. So maybe in the Wraith form, or whatever we end up calling it, that in that form you can move around for free. So you still have 2 actions, but you can move around for free. So your range, you're more mobile. And then like that one can assess and do things, but the Revenant form is this. I'm not sure. 2 base actions, lose hit points to gain actions up to 4. I don't want them fast. I want them to feel slow but mighty. Like that should have curing wounds. Incentivizes gaining the time condition more. Revenant makes it really hard to multi-class. I'm not balancing anything with multi-classing in mind. So that is fine. These are really cool, but passive compared. I'm okay with having another 1 complexity class. 1 complexity optional, like you pick this subclass, maybe this 2 complexity class. So like a lot of people, they don't want to have to figure out what to do with 4 actions. They don't want to have to pick amongst 17 or 18 spells. They want to like move and hit like a freight train, So maybe this is a much simpler class. That is not, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Restrictions on how they can spend their actions based on their form instead of less action could be interesting, maybe. If people help the Revenant, that sounds cool, but thematically, I don't think of Revenant's playstyle is leaning into wanting help from teammates. I think that's exactly what their playstyle would be. Like, aid me, bring me things to cleave, and just like cleaving through. They are They are like the blunt end of the warhammer. I don't think that you depend on it, but you would benefit from them in an outsized way. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's keep cooking. You know, move around more easily while special. Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at the feedback first, because I believe there is feedback on this. Psion, we'll come back to you, buddy. Revenant. 2 action complaints. Rolling 20 plus initiative is underwhelming with only 2 actions. Okay. Doesn't allow the Revenant to assess, interpose, defend. Less team play focused on attacking. Defending damage to not die seriously nerfs the Revenant's next turn. It's even worse if the enemy moves away. Civil Soul monsters. Okay. So yes, it is a more restrictive, constrictive class. Possess and Ghost Step are very similar. Could they be merged in a single ability? Okay, let's see what they are. Possess and Ghost Step. Oh, Grave Step. Possess. Gain a wound to possess an adjacent ally until the starting next turn. Add your max hit points as damage to their attacks. You also take any... Oh, that is such a cool ability. Man, I forgot about this. And Grace said, well, as special form allies you move through may move with you as long as in movement. No, those are definitely 2 very different things. I think we can ameliorate that with, you know, the flavor of the ghost. The ghost does cool stuff. You might have more people who love the fantasy but can't play the run because they don't have special level friends. I think the Revenant by itself is strong enough. Any class by itself is strong enough, but it is just benefited an outsized amount in certain ways. Just like the cheat is benefited an outsized amount for being able to attack off turn because you can use your Vicious Opportunist and you can use Sneak Attack dice. So different classes are better at different things, and that's okay. But none of them require having helpful friends. Should a solo play be considered? Somewhat, yeah. But if certain classes are better at solo than others, I think that's also fine. As a major commander, I feel forced to give action to the Revenant every turn. His damage on a single attack is higher than anybody else. So that's if he's in position already, and or a cheat, or an Oathsworn, or a Berserker would like be equally as good. A mage is just maybe not as good, but if there's a creature that's far away, or a hunter, or a creature that's far away, or if you want them to gain additional Thrill of the Hunt charges in their melee, so you can make a case for most of the different classes. If there's a way to gain movement without affecting the 2 actions, I don't think it would feel as bad. Yeah. So I think I might keep the 2 actions, but give them a way to like have a limited pool of like do other things every once in a while. So maybe that is what it is. So like there is this hard restriction, but we can bring in this pool of actions that they can use in this more restricted way. Maybe they defend for free. I think I just need to... I don't think they should defend for free. I mean, if they have a shield, they can, you know, deflect for free. No, I don't know. I don't know about that. Would a Revenant become overpowered if they specialized in self-buffing in some way? Doesn't it say that Revenant can have a maximum 2 actions? Doesn't prevent them from... No, like spells like Heart's Fire or whatever that give more actions, it can take you above your maximum action. But it's just your typical maximum is this. So other classes have a max of 3 actions. So that doesn't affect it. I don't want to have to babysit the Revenant as another player because his class is higher risk reward, even if he's not in position. I don't think he's higher risk reward. I think he's very tanky and he survives, and he doesn't really care if he drops to 0 hit points. And he can recover all of his hit points very easily. Like healing is way better for a Revenant. Like one healing spell can heal all of a Revenant's hit points, for instance. And then he can spend his own hit dice on recovering wounds, which is very powerful. And one wound can is as strong as like, you take 1,000 damage. Well, that's one wound. So there's negatives, yes, but there's also positives. Soul Wraith dice. Okay, let's so it's too squishy at low levels. May need more starting wounds or a way to mitigate wounds. 1 wound on damage while dying, 2 on crit, perhaps. He's too swingy. Playtest by Scalbard. Main character syndrome. Either too powerful compared to other classes in terms of damage. So they just have to rely on the Revenant to do most of the action, or too squishy. So they have to interpose defend to make the Revenant survive. Difficult to balance encounters around them. Died at Green Thumb. Well, Green Thumb is pretty hard. Enemy movement seriously messes with them. Not enough actions to catch up, especially after a defend. Okay. I think I'm able to synthesize a lot of this down into some ideas. It might be worth to mention that. Mention what? What is that? Oh, yeah. There's going to be FAQ and stuff. I'm not worried about that. I'll give the Revenant something they can do for free in both living. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, and perhaps like the Revenant can just defend for free in a corpse form, and he can move for free in Wraith form. Like that would make sense. Like just like you hit a corpse, and like he doesn't really care. He's just always he can defend for free. Feel like while dying, it would be very easy for the Revenant to reach 6 wounds. Maybe. Perhaps 2 actions for corpse, but our ghost can use one of my. Yeah. Okay, so ideas for the Revenant, and then we're gonna look at because he does. There are a bunch of abilities that increase utility and other things. All right, so Revenant review. Okay, can defend for free. Corpse can defend for free? Question mark. Come on. Wraith can move for free. That alone might fix it. That alone might fix all of the issues. Okay. Too much damage. Is he dealing too much damage? Let's take a look. Undying Might. While above 0 hit points, your max hit points, add your max HP to all melee attacks you make. You have a maximum of 2 actions while living and dying. Otherworldly Constitution. Whenever your hit dice are rolled to recover hit points, you may instead recover that many wounds. Oh, we can recover multiple wounds. Okay, yeah. That's great. That's really cool. Living Numb. Defend for free. Spectral. Unbound. Move for free. Yeah, that's cool. I would do like Deadened Nerves or something. I think we already have Deadened Nerves. Do we not have Deadened Nerves? Death Grip. Oh, you may wield 2-handed weapons in one hand. Oh, that's so rad. Yeah, so you can have a 2-handed weapon and a shield like that. That's so cool. Or like dual wield 2-handed weapons. Or like have a weapon with reach so that you don't have to move as much. Like all of these things. Yeah, Deadened Nerves. You cannot be crit while dying. Yeah, all of this stuff gives all the additional utility. Okay, so what was it? Living Numb. Yeah, I like that. Unbound. Yeah, those are really cool names. Wolf Beast, thanks. Corpse Defend for free is nice because it puts the choice of dying a bit more into the Revenant form. I'm not sure what that means, Lewis, but I'm glad you like the direction we're headed. Maybe they could get an action once per turn if they killed something. No, I don't think so. I think they already have an option to defend for free with one of their optional features. Yeah, it might need to be a core class feature. I think if he is going to keep 2 actions, then his damage should still be in line with the other classes. The trade-off shouldn't be -1 action. Maybe. So only like the living corpse form deals like incredible amount of damage. The wraith form is much more survivable in range and less damage. So he has this many hit points. He has a D4 as his hit die, so he has basically no hit points. But he can defend for free. So it's a trade-off. So he's a glass cannon and then sort of like a skirmisher. So there's it's just not the case that he always deals the most amount of damage. Yeah, as in the player gets to delay or speed up dying and turning into the Revenant more so. If they want to stay living, then they keep defending. Okay, so I want to turn into the Wraith and just like move around. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Let's take a look at all of the other abilities and things just so I can refresh my memory of where we are. Spectral form, while dying, you don't make strength saves to attack and gain hate. Nice. Okay, so at level 1, you're just sort of like a zombie guy. 1d8 plus will plus wounds. Ooh, that's good. Ignoring armor. Every 5th level deals plus wounds damage. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Okay, that's cool. Master of Undeath. Choose a Revenant special ability. Okay, will or strength. Death grip. Incorporeal. Your spirit form gains, you cannot be grappled or restrained, and when you defend, reduce damage to 0 instead. Yeah, that's cool. Master of Death, choose a second special ability. You cannot be crit while dying. Ooh, that's cool. Reduce all damage taken by wounds while living. Yeah, that's very powerful. That's very, very powerful. So this shouldn't be dead in nerves. This should be like incorporeal existence or something like that. So this should be incorporeal form. Incorporeal. Maybe incorporeal 2? Something like that. Deadened nerves. Yeah, that'd be cool. I would hold like 5 shields and one glaive. Shing! That'd be so rad. Okay, incorporeal 2. All right, we already have incorporeal 2. All right, so I'm just going to change this to XX. Okay, and this is going to be deadened nerves. There we go. So this guy is neither squishy nor... I don't think he's too squishy. At least as he levels up, there are lots of ways to maintain. There's lots of ways to stay alive. Once per counter, use incorporeal ability while living. What is that? Okay, so I'm just gonna say while dying. While dying. While dying. Yeah, there you go. That's cool. Use incorporeal while living. There you go. Unwilling against the grave. Immune to dazed fear and effects that would move you or knock you prone against your will. Empty husk. You know what? I do love having just like list of names, rigor mortis instead of XX. No, it's like because you're in this wraith form, like you can't crit a ghost is more what it is. What was it? What was the word? Not rigor mortis, empty husk. Empty husk. You're immune to dazed. This, and this. That's very good. Because you don't want to be dazed as a Revenant. That's dazed is very punishing. Okay, reduce all damage taken by 2x wounds. You may use an ability from your living or dying form without needing to be. I don't need to be in that form. I don't know how we'll phrase that. 2 as 1. You can use all spectral form. Yeah, this guy's gonna be. This guy's fun. Patient is death. Next turn, double your damage. Double your damage and targets for attacks. Ugh. While in spirit form, dying allies also have a max 2 actions. Oh, that's so good. Deathly Wail. When you drop to 0 hit points, use hate immediately for free against the attacker or against all others within reach 2. Nice. I think so. I think once we figure out, nail down the core of the class a little bit more, then we're gonna like maybe the spirit is gonna be a little bit different or something. Wordless detachment. Okay, that's pretty good. That is a pretty good word. Detachment. Does Death Grip need to be a core ability? It feels like maybe not. Maybe not. Death Grip. Maybe. Deathly Wail, Horrify, Frighten lower level enemies within reach 8? Question mark. When you move through an enemy space, they are frightened this round? Question mark. That's cool. Grips of Fear, deal extra damage. Extra damage slash. Deal extra damage. Okay, so some of these are a little bit open here. Iron Will, if you would miss an attack, but so you probably won't have all of these abilities as like Revenant abilities. You might have some of them in like the best 2 or 3, or the best 3 or 4 are going to be like special abilities just for this subclass. That's usually how it ends up working. Iron Will, when you would miss attack, would have to just reroll the attack. That's cool. Spirit Shift. That's fine. Strong Ties. Whenever you spend hit dice to recover hit points, you may also heal number of wounds. If dying when combat ends, recover. That's cool. Strong Ties. I like the name of that too. Yeah, so like you could just use a katana, one hand. Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, but a katana is a two-handed thing. So you could just be like a one-handed katana, and then you can have a shield on the other hand, maybe? Ah, yes, do that, Lewis. Yeah. Maybe a Shadow Demon subclass to branch the favor out. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Strong Ties Death Walk. On your turn, you may drop to 0 hit points at will without taking a wound. Any remaining hit points are treated to pitch. Ah, that is so cool. That is so cool. My body, a puppet. I'll say, this body, a puppet. Oh, man, I love these abilities and ideas so much. Your unliving corpse follows you and it deposes for you for free once per round. Like, reading this makes me so happy. Redesign of the Valley of Rest, the Valley of Hope. Yes, I can show you real quick. The Valley of Hope has received. Oh, we got some sweet new art here also. Some really cool new art from Kerem Bayet. Cool new dragon art. Is a little bit wombled right now. The Valley of Hope is getting. There's an amazing new map that I had. It took a long time to have the map redone, and I have a bunch of new pieces of art. But yeah, the new map is fantastic. Yeah, the new map is absolutely really cool. Got a new map, new art of scenes of the valley, and we do have like a bit more space for some of these things. Maryvale got some new art, way better. Got some pictures of some of the NPCs, and we'll have more space to like sort of tell the story of what's going on. Far Hope, we have like a full page left to put some like cool things for Far Hope. What's going on? Some of the adventures are being improved also. So yeah, lots of big improvements. Lots of big improvements there. Let's go back to the Revenant is making me very happy. I'm well pleased. Haunt reaction when damaged while dying. Spend an action for the attacker. Ah, that is cool. Like all of these are so cool. Ties that bind. Harbinger. All right, those are good names. Those are good names. Ties that bind. Master of Puppets. So I do have my body of puppet, or this body of puppet. Yeah, Ride the Lightning is another a good one. In memoriam, you pull memories from a dead brain, temporarily learning a new skill again. Yeah, maybe. Okay, Haunt is rad. Possess is cool. So like Haunt, like this feels like this could be like the cool subclass ability. Creeping Death. Yep. Possess. Gain 1 wound to possess an adjacent ally until it's... Yeah, this one is so cool. Any news on the wooden slip case? Yeah, I can show you. I do have some updates. I'm gonna be meeting the manufacturer at Gen Con. Ooh, new art. Okay. It's pretty decent. I'll show you guys new draft of monk art. Just came in. It's pretty cool. Just a draft, but it's getting there. Where was it? Let me see. What is his name? Jack. Yeah, he sent me a picture of the slipcase. No, I think I've got a video. I can actually show you guys the video the manufacturer sent. Sorry guys, I wasn't planning on. And I did already send feedback on this, so like this is not final, but it's closer. It's like a steps closer to what I was going for. So on the bottom is the original slipcase, so it's like just sort of white wood. Well, the original one wasn't even that good. Let me grab the. Oh, I might have given it away already. I might have gotten rid of it already, but the original was just like wood, like butted up against and like screwed together, and you could see the screws, and that was not good. And it was like a little bit thin, I think, or thick. It was something. Something wasn't right about it. But it was white. And now it's at least stained like a little bit of a deeper sort of walnut, a little bit more of a walnut color, and it has this is laser etched, I think. I don't love how it's laser. I like the size and the placement of it. So it's on the side. I don't love the size of the placement of it. So we're gonna redo that. Maybe do like silk screen or something. And then the other side is the Nimblenomicon. So I don't love that the treatment, but they were just sending me an update there. They were trying that out. So I already sent feedback to them on that, but it is something we're actively working on. Hey, it's Peter. Hey, Peter, how's it going, man? Yeah, if you guys don't know Tales from Elsewhere, Peter's got a lot of really good game design advice. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, like pretty much every class starts with like a bunch of like cool names. Yeah, Peter, I was telling them about the design chat on Discord that we're gonna do here coming up soon. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think it's Monday night. Okay, so yeah, I'm really happy with how the Revenant is coming along so far. Like each of these like I've forgotten. I only have so much RAM in my head, so I've forgotten like pretty much everything that I've written for it. But looking at it now, I'm really excited all over again. Usurp. Move into the space of an enemy. You may gain 1 wound to choose its actions during its next turn. Oh, man, that is a good ability. That is a really good ability. I like that. Yeah, that'd be cool. I love like talking about design stuff. And is it Will from Blue? What was it? Blue something? Like I've never heard of his game. Blue Shiners. Yeah, this one. I'd never heard of Blue Shiners before, but he had a really cool video on dice. Yeah. So here, kill your darlings. Look at that. Look at that. Kill your darlings. Absolutely. And he went real deep on designing a dice system that I really liked. All right. So let's keep going. Revenant. Okay. Yeah. So super looking forward to it. I could just talk. I could talk design stuff all day long. Unforgiven. Harvester of Sorrow. Yeah. All right. Maybe Reaper of Sorrow. Michael. Okay. Is it Michael or I thought it was Will? Is it not Will? Well, he called me Eric, so it's okay if I call him the wrong name too. Is it Will? Michael. Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know why I said. Does he have a Will on his team? Maybe. I don't know. Dance Macabre. Yeah, that's cool. His last name has Will in it. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I'll say that. That's it. Dance Macabre. Dance of Death portrays death. Okay, so while we are thinking of ideas, I don't want the Revenant to only be the spooky death guy. I think it would be cool, just like the Shadowmancer has like the Pact of the Celestial and the Pact of the Dragon. It's not just spooky. It's not just spooky guys. So what could Impy. So what are some of the so we have like the what are we gonna call the subclasses for this? Adding to the Shallow Grave, yeah, that's a good one. All right, okay, Shallow Grave. Immaterial, Ephemeral. That one's good. Immaterial. No kids. I'd like to. I'd very much like to. I think that'd be super fun. But I need to finish the things that people have already entrusted me with before I get distracted with too many other things. Yeah, he launched stuff like a month ago. Yeah, he said he's been working on his game for like 8 years. So like, oh man, that's cool. Plasm? Plasm? What is a plasm? Living substance, tissue, formal cell. Okay, so what could this be inhabited with? So I think when we were Revenant, when we were initially designing it, Revenant. Here it is. Okay. Oop, undo that. Cancel. Let's see, I think we wrote down some of the inspiration. Did we not? Naruto? We did not. Okay. So I think Naruto is a good example of a Revenant. Whenever he whenever he gets in trouble, or what's his name, old fox dude comes out and starts messing people up. So we could have like a wraith. I think that's obvious. A hateful spirit. An angel, a protective spirit. Maybe like an ancestral spirit, like the spirit of your ancestors, like Mufasa. Family? Maybe not family. Yeah, maybe just a ghost in general. Ghost, ghost. Possessive spirit. That could be cool. Cage. Ooh, cage is cool. Cage of something. Cage of something. That's neat. Like from Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, I guess Yu-Gi-Moto would be a Revenant, sort of, huh? Maybe Revenant can send skeletons, zombies, etc. to rest. Class reminds me of Dark Souls. Anything with curse would be cool. Cursed something? Okay, so there were some cool. Hollow Heart is rad. Hallowed Heart. That is also rad. Vessel. Ooh, Vessel. Yeah, Vessel is probably what it's going to be. Vessel of. Almost certainly it's going to be Vessel of. Thank you. Thank you, the Eric. My brother's name is Eric. Arcanist? I think Manasmith is cooler. Arcanist is the Crow. Would the Crow fit under one of these? I think. Stubborn. So the Crow would be like hate, right? That would be like a wraith. Jeff Hounsel, hey. The nerve. Since the reason your character in Dark Souls turns life. Oh, okay, that's cool. It has been settled. It has been left alone. And then there are, at the back of the GM guide, there are a bunch of, back of the core rules, sorry. There are a bunch of different optional things. You can pick whatever you want. So there's just like, 4 or 5 different optional rules. So it has been settled. It has been left alone. The nimblest rule prevailed, and then people can customize it to however they like. A Fey spirit. Okay, maybe a Fey. Fey / trickster. Poltergeist, yeah, ghost. I've returned. A Hollow Knight. Maybe an elemental would be cool too. Very Shadow of Mordor. You can have a sprite or prior ruler. The Crow would be Wraith. The Spirit of Vengeance. Yep. Hate. Okay. / the Crow. Angel. What would an angel be? An angel would almost be Naruto, right? Because they end up being buds. Like a helper. Like someone you can actually call on. Family would be Simba. Is Simba a wraith? A Revenant? Elemental. Maybe. Elemental. Ghost would be, what was that guy? Is it Shikamaru? Shikamaru? How do you spell that guy's name? Shikamaru. So this guy? This guy, yeah. So he would be like, he sort of controls people with his shadows. Oh, I spelled it right. All right, cool. Not Simba. Vessel of Hate. An animal spirit? I think. Oh yeah, Fiend. Fiend would definitely be one. So we need to pick 4, maybe 3, but 4. I think 4 is as much as we can. Promethean sounds rad. The monster is modern day Promethean. Okay. What does Promethean mean? Promethean? Nope, not that. Define. Means boldly creative, daringly original. No, it doesn't. Does it? Akin to the Greek titan Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to mankind. Oh, okay. Stolen fire. Punishment, he endured severe. Promethean. Promethean would maybe be like elemental. Man, you guys are cooking. Avatar? Okay, yeah, Avatar. Okay, yeah. Avatar Aang. It's Aang, right? Yeah. Uzi or symbiote? Yeah, symbiote. That would be sort of like the Fiend. Venom. All right, you guys are going Divine Spark, as it were. Okay, you guys are going too fast. Yeah, I like the idea that each subclass is a strong emotion. Yeah. I like that. I like that. So we've got hate. We've got love. Wisdom, maybe? Wisdom? Ghost is... lols? What emotion? I don't know. A flood type infection. I don't want to do yucky stuff. Mufasa, yeah. Like Mufasa was inside Simba, you know. Simba, Mufasa. Incarnate, possessed by spirits. Okay, so we need to pick the 4 most iconic ones, I think. Elemental, could be genies. Where the spirit is dominant and one controls a lesser. Animals, elemental, other nature-related things, primordials. Yeah, Promethean. I think Promethean, elemental, nature-y things would all be one. Or Fey Trickster could be nature-y. Nature-y. Okay, Wraith is a general one. Angel for contrast. Fiendish feels like it makes sense. Like family ancestral. Angel, demon, ghost, parasite. Angel, demon, ghost, parasite. So these are ones that I think are definitely going to be a Wraith / hate. Has to be. Angel has to be. And then Ghost, like someone who can possess things. So like Wraith. Yeah, and then Ghost is gonna be like possessive kind of thing. Maybe it could be like Ghost / like trickster thing. Maybe like these could be Fae. Like making other guys do things that you want. Angel, buffs. buffs, utility, helping. Hate, maybe it's gonna be like DPS. This is the damage one. This is the tricksy one. This is the buffing one. And what is the next one? What is the next one? Family. Maybe it's Fiend. Maybe it's Fiend. So I don't know what we would do for family, or like this Wisdom Avatar Aang one. What would that be? So it's either going to be Fiend. Or what would Fiend do? Fiend feels kind of like Wraiths. Like maybe the Wraith could be like a Fiend kind of thing. Ghost would be sorrow, loss, or longing. Attached to this past. Okay. Yeah, I guess not Knowles. Maybe. Yeah, Shikamaru's always a bit of a sour guy. Since there's some time shenanigans, an Artificer could be one yourself, but alternate reality future coming back to where it all went wrong. That I'd save that for like the story, like the game itself, and not like the subclass. Arcanist. All right, I'll think about it. I don't hate that one. Maybe a story subclass defined. I don't think this one is going to have a story subclass. They take a long time. So the story subclass have to have a very strong identity. I think only 3 or 4. They have to have a strong identity that drives the... So, like, when you say Ghost, immediately I start thinking, oh, this is the things that it could do. And then the base class doesn't do those things. When we say Hate, okay, this is the things that it could do. The base class doesn't do that. And then the Angel, like, immediately I think of... So, each one sort of has its own niche already, I think. Is there something that works for the fantasy of a person who allows themselves? Possibly. We have to like not get too complicated though. That is a worry of being too mechanically complicated. Ghost is resilient. Something's left undone. Yeah, that could be. Longing. Resilience. An object like the One Ring. Sentient magic item. The dead. Ghost spirits, wraiths. The divine, angels and demons. The forgotten, primordial elements, folkloric, familiar. Okay. He's cooking here. How would we divvy up these abilities? It's like, interesting. Oh, Wraith is a ghost, but like more of an angry ghost. So maybe we can do this. Maybe this is what we're gonna do. Let's go to here. Let's grab all of the abilities that we have, and let's rank them. Like, oh, this one is S tier. It needs to be its own subclass, right? So like Cheerbot, for instance, for the Artificer was like it was S tier, really good. So we said, oh, let's make it its own subclass. Okay, let's rank all of these. Grave Step, while in spectral form, allies you move through may move with you as long as they end their movement in an unoccupied space. That one is quite good. I would say A tier. I would say S A B C. So all of these should be like no lower than C tier. So S tier is basically what I define S tier is the reason why you choose something. Like you choose the cheat so you can change your dice and you can do massive crits. You choose the berserker so you can use your fury dice, and you choose the commander for his coordinated strike. Like the why you choose the class. A class can have an S tier ability, a subclass can have an S tier ability, but no chosen ability should be S tier. Like none of the list of the Thrill of the Hunt abilities should be S tier. So all of the Thrill of the Hunt or Savage Arsenal, like the abilities you can choose as you level up in a class, they should all be A to C tier. So A tier is something that you use frequently. It has a lot of uses. You'll probably use it every encounter. B and C tier are like, they're very useful, but their usage is more niche. So it's not that they're less strong, it's that their use is more narrow and niche. And the D and F tier are like, their use is narrow and their power is low. So you use them once in a campaign or rarely ever, or it's a trap option. Like F is like a trap option. Choosing this is worse than not having anything, or using this is worse than doing nothing. So that is sort of how I rank these things. So Grave Step, I would say, is not S tier. This is gonna be A tier. Patient as Death, this is probably C tier. With a combo, I think it'd be fun, but it's not the best thing. Innovating Spirit, this is a nice, like this feels like a divine, a cool divine thing. Deathly Wail, we drop 0 points. Yeah, it's like a cool B tier thing. That's fine, like a cool little thing. Horrifying, Frighten. I don't know, maybe B tier, like neat. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Not like whoa, grip of deal extra damage to. Yeah, fine, like cool, like all right, cool, neat. All right, I will. Again, cool, fine. Not why I'm picking it. Spirit Shift. Whenever you drop to 0 hit points, may teleport twice your speed away. Yeah, fine. Like a little bit of utility. No, you spend hit dice. Yeah, solid. Like solid, a lot more longevity, but not like OP. Death Walk. Cool, but not OP. This Body of Puppet, really cool. Really cool. A tier, maybe S tier. Haunt, amazing. A tier, maybe S tier, depending on how we word it. But this is why, when damaged while dying, spend an action for the attacker. S tier. S tier. Maybe we limit it some other way, but possess, gain a wound to possess an adjacent ally until start return. So buff, like really cool. A tier, maybe S tier. So this is a cool one here. This is a really cool one. Usurp, moving in space and one. Oh, buddy, yeah. So like these ones where you control other things, like amazing, super cool. Okay, so this is sort of how I'm thinking. We're not going to build any abilities around these, but like these we could definitely build a subclass around. And let's see if there's any other cool core abilities that we might be able to spin out into its own thing. So I think this, all melee attacks you make add your max HP. I think that is really cool, and that should just be the core class identity. You hit like a freight train, right? So we'll leave that. Structure form, that's fine. This is fine. Death Grip, this might be a cool thing to be. It's like it's a high B tier, probably. Incorporeal. That one's good. When you defend while dying. Okay, so you just negate an attack. That one's pretty good. Maybe A tier. Okay, Master on Death. You cannot be crit while dying. That's fine. Reduce all damage taken by wounds while living. Immune to this. That could be a good one. That's like like it's like a low B tier. Nice utility, not like a super necessary thing, but Master Death. Spectral power. Okay. Okay, so the dead, the divine, the forgotten, the familiar. All right, so those are pretty solid categories. Four horsemen. Let's see, what are the four? There's, I don't know that the four horsemen make sense. There's death and there's war, and where are the four horsemen? Four. Okay, Revelation 6. There it is. I went right past it. Conflict. I don't think the four horsemen, just because there's four, but put my Bible away. Okay, it's probably not that. No, not a sin. I don't want to do that. Evil people, spirit tyrant. Like this is gonna be someone's character, and I want them to like the character, not hate the character. Wraith, Angel, Fae, and Fiend makes a great spread of options. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, Peter's here, guys. Wraith, Angel, like, so we have the DPS one. We have the defensive / buff one. We have the controlling one. Maybe a different one. Ooh, what happened? What's going on? Almost out of storage. That's fine. Almost don't count unless you're playing horseshoes. Fae. So maybe the controlling. Yeah, maybe this. Fiend is like the grandma fish in Moana. Really? Family? Maybe. Yeah. It should be flavored something familial. If treads on packed with celestial. It could. Yeah. Wraith for demon. Hate fire DPS. There's that. We also provide above. It aligns with the vessel of structure. Oh, I gotcha. So what was it? What did you say earlier? That was a good one. Divine. Maybe not divine, maybe something else. Forgotten. Familiar. Let's see. Yeah, probably. Like not exclusively, but that would be the idea. Ghost Rider. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I'll definitely clarify all that. When I'm first doing that, I'm designing just so that I sort of understand what's happening. Then we refine the wording and answer those kinds of questions later. Duty beyond death feels like a name for something supernatural. Yeah. Yes, new armor system. Yeah, the one thing that people always complained about was like, oh, yeah, everything is great. The armor's kind of stupid. And then like they, so yeah, that did have to Famine Conquest 4 death. Deceiver. You have Revelation. You have Revelation 6. 4 categories. Value judgment. Yeah. That's true. That's true. So Fae is the Forgotten. Is it? Fae would be like familiar to me, right? Psychopomp is it? I don't know what Psychopomp is. Oh yeah. Okay. My wife needs some help, so I'm gonna have to end the stream a little bit early, but we will keep cooking. Oh, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Okay, I'm not in it early. We went for 4 hours. Okay, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I've got to go take care of some things, so